Welcome in. Thank you for tuning in and watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Servant. Carlene Bragg is here. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. It was a weekend.
It was a weekend. It wasn't long enough.
It wasn't. That's the first thing Carlene said to me when she approached my desk after her first show. She said, "You know what? The weekend wasn't long enough."
I could have used an extra day.
I think we all could.
Yeah.
And now because it's rainy and it's rainy.
It's rainy and icky. Look at this. Hold on.
Rainy.
You want to see Myrtle? Look at that.
Oh,
Look at her.
yeah,
look at the Myrtle. She's not cute.
No, not at all. It's the cameras is. Ugh.
Dirty Myrtle.
The voice you're hearing, that is Becca Bursaw. Look, we got this rain coming in. You know, to think about it, the weekend changed a lot from what we were going into the weekend on Friday.
Yeah.
We were prepared to do something totally. This show is going to look totally different.
Yeah.
I know. It turned for the better.
For the better, yeah.
For the better. We'll still see beneficial rain, just not nearly as much as we were forecasting earlier last week. But we are still seeing clouds and rainfall across the area. Definitely more of a lazy Monday, I think, for all of us. And definitely an unusual setup going into this week, as tomorrow, Imelda is expected to strengthen into a hurricane. That means 2 hurricanes within about 500-600 miles in proximity to one another.
Look at those swirlies.
Look at them go. Yeah. Umberto is...
That's like they're swirlies, you know.
They're doing a little dance, a little tango, and eventually Hurricane Umberto is going to help steer Imelda out to sea. So thanks, Umberto. Umberto is the one on the right. That is the much more powerful system, Category 5 status, actually, that it reached this weekend, now down to about a Category 3. And then the one on the left, that is Imelda. That's what's bringing in all the tropical moisture and clouds that you see. So far, we've just been seeing kind of just sprinkles on the windshield in terms of light rainfall, especially in the Charlotte metro area. But you can see some pockets of heavier rain, especially over towards Polkton. That is northern Richmond County as well. So pockets of briefly heavier downpours in the oranges and yellows. That's going to be basically what we see see on and off throughout the day. So today will likely be a washout just in terms of mostly light rainfall. We'll carry the clouds and misty conditions for much of the day. Because of that, it's going to keep a lid on temperatures. So cool, cloudy conditions will prevail for today. Exactly what you can see from our Mr. Sparky Carolina Cam network. With outside temps now around 67 in Charlotte, 70 in Cheraw, and 61 up in Boone. This is what we'll do for the high today. 71 degrees expected across the greater Charlotte area and middle 60s for the high country. Not only is Imelda going to be bringing us those rain showers, but also those windy conditions as well. You can expect wind gusts to ramp up from the northeast, anywhere from about 25 to up to 30 miles per hour. That will especially start to ramp up going into your Tuesday. So latest 11 a.m. advisory for Tropical Storm Imelda. It has strengthened with winds sustained now at 60 miles per hour in the center, gust up to around 70. So for it to become a Cat 1 hurricane, it needs wind speeds 74 miles per hour or greater. Again, expected to do that and strengthen as it pushes a little bit out from land. Expected to do that by Tuesday morning. And then make a sharp right-hand steer to the east and head directly towards Bermuda area before continuing that track to the east. So Hurricane Umberto, this is the newest advisory as well. We've got winds sustained at 145 miles per hour. That's actually a strong end Cat 4, gust around 175. So we'll continue to take a similar path that Hurricane Gabrielle did, if you remember that, and have no direct impacts on land, both of these, except for the potential of Bermuda. So futurecast, we'll have 2 twin hurricanes going into the next couple of days, bringing lots of rainfall impacts to the coast, although no landfalling impacts expected, beach erosion, and certainly large swells alongside the east coast and rip currents expected as well. So how much rainfall can we expect from now all the way through about Tuesday evening? Well, it's going to vastly range on who gets the heavier downpours. Some locations around a quarter, and then a few isolated locations picking up about an inch of rainfall. Of course, this is beneficial from the mountains into the metro. So timing this out for you, again, periods of rain, some of which could be heavy at times. That's going to be the forecast for today. We'll continue this into Tuesday morning and early afternoon as well before a little bit of a drying period, I'd say, especially after 1, 2 o'clock. We'll still carry the clouds likely, but rain chances will start to taper off. And by Wednesday, we are looking and feeling nicer. Before we get that, again, there is going to be a potential for some minor nuisance flooding, especially over towards the coast, but really not something that we'll be worried about. So high temperatures will start to warm up close to about 80 degrees on Wednesday, which is close to the normal high for this time of year, which is right around 79. And then we'll get a blast of some cooler, drier air starting Thursday down into the middle 70s, and lower humidity, fall-like conditions can be expected going into this weekend, warming up to the upper 70s to lower 80s. We could potentially have some of the coldest mornings that we've seen for this fall season by Thursday, 53, but waking up close to around 50 degrees by the time we get into Saturday morning. So some cool starts to the day, followed by some warmer afternoons going into this nice upcoming weekend. Of course, October begins on Wednesday. It'll be feeling pretty seasonable, highs close to 80 degrees, but really looking forward to that push of drier and cooler air beginning Thursday, pretty much continuing into next weekend.
Ooh, I'm loving how Thursday looks. Okay, 74, 53.
That's my perfect weather.
I'm saying I can get with that.
Yes.
That is pre-fall. I mean, I know technically we're in fall, but like pre-fall weather, I can get with that.
Yeah. And we've got the Roval 400 on Sunday.
Perfect weather for Roval 400.
Fantastic conditions for that.
Becca, thank you for your time.
Of course.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene is here in studio. So happening right now, we're hearing from officials in Michigan after a church shooting there. 4 people were killed and several others wounded Sunday when authorities say a man opened fire at a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Michigan and set ablaze in what a federal official called, quote, an act of targeted violence. Take you to that press conference that's happening live right now.
Joining us for this afternoon's news conference. Joining us today is Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Colonel James F. Grady II, Director of the Michigan State Police, James Deere, ATF Special Agent in Charge for Michigan, FBI Acting Special Agent in Charge Reuben Coleman, Sheriff Chris Swanson, Genesee County Sheriff, and Chief William Rennie, Grand Blanc Township Police Department.
Thank you. I'm here as governor to bring the full support of the entire state of Michigan to this community. I want to thank all of our local law enforcement, state police, federal agents for their swift response. I want to thank local fire and EMS and medical providers for saving lives and caring for those who are still fighting for their lives in the hospital. And thank the incredible Department of Natural Resources Conservation Officer and the local Grand Blanc officer for their brave actions to take down the shooter and their quick response. I think we can see the best of public service in all of these individuals. As I said, I'm here as the governor, but I'm also here as a fellow Michigander whose heart is breaking by another mass shooting in a place that is supposed to be defined by togetherness and a close-knit community here in Grand Blanc. As a state, we know the pain of this too well. We've seen gun violence in our schools, stores, parades, festivals, and our houses of worship. These are places that we go to feel connected, to feel safe, to be together. But today, this place has been shattered by bullets and broken glass. And this might be a familiar pain, but it hurts all the same. Every time. We cannot keep living our lives like this. I know that this community is reeling right now, and I want you to know that the state of Michigan has your back. Your grief is our grief. I ordered flags lowered statewide, and I spoke with President Trump yesterday, who wanted to share his condolences. We will be here every step of the way and coordinate a full response with our local and federal partners. Folks here at the township, at every level, we've been working closely together. If there's one thing I know about Michiganders, is that we get through hard things together. And that's who we are. That's how the good people here at the Grand Blanc Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints live their lives. They worship together, they sing together, and they serve together. And that's why I was so proud to see powerful statements from interfaith leaders across Michigan denouncing this attack on a house of worship. They grieved for this congregation as though it was their own. They spoke with one voice for the basic principle that we all believe in, that you should be able to pray in peace in our state no matter who you are. I know that in the hours and days ahead, we will see the best of Michigan. We will see neighbors being neighborly, checking in with a call, bringing over some food, or offering a hug. We'll see medical providers work hard to save lives and treat those in need, with scars both seen and unseen. We will see this congregation unite and rally together like never before and continue worshiping together, singing together, and serving together. Because that's who Michiganders are. We will stay in close contact and continue to work together. Now, like everyone I know, we have lots of questions. How could this happen? What created this moment? Why? And that's motivated by a genuine motivation to understand, to learn, to prevent in the future. But I want to caution everyone. While we are working hard, while the good men and women who are working hard are doing so with due diligence at this juncture, speculation is unhelpful and it can be downright dangerous. So just ask that people lower the temperature of rhetoric. Keep your loved ones close and keep this community close to your hearts. Let's keep doing the work together. Let's be kind and let's love our neighbors. Thank you, and now I'd like to introduce the head of the Michigan State Police, Colonel James Grady.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. This community has been greatly impacted by yesterday's events. We are offering our deepest condolences to those affected by this tragedy. This horrific event is something that this community has never experienced. It is important at this time that we come together to support one another in this time of grief. We stand ready and willing to assist both our local and federal partners with any additional needs as this investigation continues. The Michigan State Police immediately responded alongside our public safety partners to secure the scene, provide support to our neighbors, with our emergency support team serving search warrants, the bomb squad and K-9 team sweeping numerous locations for evidence and explosives. Additionally, our forensic science laboratories and our special investigation sections continue to investigate the officer-involved shooting and work alongside our federal and local partners. I'd like to take a moment for everybody to remember that last year we put together an initiative called Stop the Plot. While we are committed to keeping our community safe, we also need your help. Again, it takes everybody. 53% of mass attacks leave a trail of clues leading up to them. And 2/3 of mass attackers elicited behavior that caused concerns. So we are asking our communities to stay vigilant, and if you see something suspicious, please contact local law enforcement or 911 immediately. We will keep the family in our prayers here at MSP as they continue to cover and we work together. Thank you for your time. Next up, we will have from the thank you. We will have ATS Special Agent in Charge for Michigan, James Deere.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Deere with ATF. I'm Special Agent in Charge for ATF Michigan. On behalf of the men and women of ATF, I offer my deepest sympathy and condolences to this community and to the families affected by this tragedy, this horrific act of violence. There is no place in our society for this. There's absolutely no place. But it's become all too common, and as we know, we have become more and more desensitized. This community is hurting, and we are here to help them heal. As part of that healing process, ATF has brought in their national response team. This is a cadre of world-renowned investigators for arson and explosive incidents. They have been used all over the world, and they come from places as far as California, Hawaii, and they're here in Michigan now. They arrived last night, they've briefed, they're examining the scene, and that is what they're doing at this point. From ATF's perspective, I would encourage the community not to travel by the church. Those roads have been blocked off and access is controlled. While that might be a little disheveling for folks, that we need that scene security for our investigators as they dig out this scene. So with that in mind, that's our ask for the community. We are also looking at the improvised explosive devices that were recovered during this investigation and looking towards that end as well. I need to introduce the acting Special Agent in Charge for the FBI of Detroit, Michigan, Reuben Coleman.
My name is Reuben Coleman. I'm acting Special Agent in Charge of FBI Detroit Field Office, which represents the entire state. At this time, we wanted to provide an update on our investigative efforts regarding yesterday's tragic shooting at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. First, I want to express my gratitude for all the cross-agency collaboration between our federal, state, and local partners. Their support has been outstanding and critical to this investigation. We are in lockstep with our partners as we continue to work through this. As I mentioned yesterday, the FBI is investigating this as an act of targeted violence, and we are continuing to work to determine a motive. In the past 24 hours, our investigative squads and specialty teams have been out all night, exhausting leads, some of which have been coming in from the public via tips. Our special agents, victim specialists, child advocate forensic interviewers, and local partners have interviewed over 100 victims and witnesses to date and are continuing to interview individuals as we speak. Our Evidence Response Team, or ERT, which is a specialized team of special agents, intelligence analysts, and professional staff, are trained to process crime scenes and collect evidence. They were out all night and continue processing the scene as we speak. Our field office has stood up national equities for support. We are engaging with our Behavioral Analyst Unit, or BAU, and have received support from our Quantico Labs Division to analyze evidence collected to date. We received assistance from our FBI field offices across the country to support this case and file down leads. While our focus is on this investigation, we want to continue to keep the victims and their families in our thoughts as they navigate through this incredibly difficult time. Please continue to reach out to the FBI via 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit tips at tips.fbi.gov. Thank you. Chief?
You prepare in peace to perform in chaos. I saw it live. I saw what you trained for, what you planned for, and the reality hit yesterday morning on a bright sunny day when people went to worship. But what I also saw is every level of government law enforcement work together for the good of the people. What I witnessed was people putting their lives at risk that had 2 months on the job as an EMT, or brand new firefighters, veteran firefighters, and law enforcement, just to bring a sense of stability to a scene that was chaotic and dynamic. As the sheriff of this county, I see the great people every day. But I want this community to know that those ranks and those agencies that were mentioned before me, we worked together. We worked in concert, and we did the job. And there's more to do. I will tell you, the sheriff's office dedicated every county sheriff medic that we had available, patrol, investigators, we did interviews, emergency management, whatever the task was needed. But the sheriff's office worked with everybody that you heard and many that you don't know to bring justice and also order to this scene. But I will tell you, the days are continuing. We have 31 marked cars on as we speak, making sure schools that are in session, in churches that are planning Bible studies, regardless of faith-based, that they will be protected. Anybody who calls in, that we will be there like other law enforcement to settle the community and bring a sense of calmness to people. There is an uncertainty, but law enforcement, especially the sheriff's office, will bring that to you. I will tell you that there are noble heroes who do not wear a uniform that went to that church yesterday. You're going to hear their stories as we lay out this case with law enforcement, but I will tell you this, those heroes from that church did their job. And it was led because of a police department. So law enforcement from this township is led by a chief who demonstrated leadership right out of the gate. And my honor is to announce him as the final speaker, Chief Rennie of Grand Blanc Township.
Thank you, Sheriff. Evil. This was an evil act of violence. That's exactly what this was. And this is not Grand Blanc. This does not define Grand Blanc and who we are. We are a community, and I am confident that together we're going to build a stronger community due to this incident. Now, an update. This left 5 people dead, 8 people injured. As I said, this is an evil act and does not define Grand Blanc or who we are. At this time, what we know is everyone has been accounted for. We still are in the process of clearing out that church, but at this time, everyone is accounted for. We ask that you stay away from the scene. Let us work to clear this call so then we could get back to normal. That's what we all want. Grand Blanc Township police officers, the community of Grand Blanc Township, we're hurting. And we know that you are hurting as well with us. I want to remind you that we had the Family Assistance Center open. They will be open Monday and Tuesday at the Genesis Athletic Club from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That address is 801 Health Park Boulevard, Grand Blanc, Michigan 48439. Seek service, let's come back together and be stronger together and better. I'll open it up at this time for any questions. Sir.
I have a question. When it comes to the act of violence, can you define why that is considered an act of violence and not something more serious like terrorism?
I will let Agent Coleman speak to that particular question.
Yes, as of right now, we are calling it an act of violence as this is an investigation that is continuing. We are continuing to receive leads. We're continuing to run down all information. And once we're able to ascertain definitively what we have, that's when we'll make those statements. But as of right now, this is an act of violence. Thank you.
Follow up on that, please? You called this an act of targeted violence. Can you tell us who you believe the target was? A specific person, the LDS Church, another group?
Well, as of right now, again, as this is an ongoing investigation, what I would say is when I say targeted violence, I mean targeted within our state and within our community. Right now, what we are here for are the families and the victims, and we're going to work diligently in order to make sure we can bring closure for them as well.
So can we
Speaking of the motive, there was some chatter that the suspect's ex-girlfriend was a Mormon or something of that nature, chatter online about that. Is that something that you can speak to, or any possible motive?
That is something I cannot speak to at this point in time.
We heard that someone was arrested after driving through the barricade near the church. Can you share any information on that, why they were arrested, maybe what their intentions were?
Yes, Chief.
Yes, I could speak on that. Yes, there was an incident out there. We are still in the process of investigating that incident, whether or not it's related or not. I could tell you that we do have a 21-year-old person in custody for that incident right now.
Does the suspect have any prior criminal history or no contact with law enforcement?
Are you talking about the suspect from yesterday or today?
The suspect from yesterday.
The suspect from yesterday has been arrested by law enforcement in the past.
And the 5 dead, does that include the suspect or is that another?
The 5 dead includes the suspect.
Can you give any details on what those 5 arrests were?
Burglary and OWI. That I can't give you 100%.
What do we know?
Terry.
So I just wanted to clarify, no more victims. We searched the church and...
We have not completed search in the church, but as we know, everyone has been accounted for. That's going to be all the questions that we answered today. If you this is our last press conference. If there's other pertinent information that develops, we will let you guys all know and post that on our social media account, Grand Blanc Township Police Department Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. I'd just like to note that Dr. Michael Danek, the medical chief of staff from Henry Ford Genesis, will be available for questions after this news conference. He's here on the side of the room. Does anybody need any spelling of names? No?
Would it be possible to bring him up right now?
Sure. Yep.
Can we also confirm right now, are there 8 injured still at the time? So it's 5 that including the shooter, 8 injured? Correct. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren Zakalik. I'm the PR director at Henry Ford Health. I'm going to introduce now Dr. Michael Danek, normal spelling for Michael, D-A-N-I-C. He is our medical chief of staff at Henry Ford Genesis Hospital. He's going to make some opening remarks, talk about what happened yesterday. We'll take a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It was a very sad day for our community. Our law enforcement did amazing.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. We are approaching the top of the hour. Right there is a press conference in Michigan where just a tragic situation unfolded there. 4 people were killed and several others wounded Sunday when authorities say a man opened fire at a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc Township, Michigan, and set it ablaze in what a federal official called, quote, an act of targeted violence. So that press conference just wrapped up. Again, we have more information on this situation on WCNC.com and over on our news app. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in 2 minutes on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene is here. Jeb is here in studio. So we want to get to a story that we've been following since yesterday, this morning, and also into today. A tragic story. A 9-year-old shot and killed outside of a convenience store in Pageland. Authorities confirming that shooting was a result of a pre-planned fight. WCNC Charlotte's Walker Lawson is in Pageland right now. He joins us. Walker, you're following this story. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so what we know is that 11 people, including 7 juveniles, have been taken into custody in relation to this fatal shooting. Now, as you mentioned, this all started as a prearranged fight, and the juveniles involved went to the fight along with some other adults, one of whom is the victim's father. Now, we did obtain some surveillance footage from the convenience store that it happened at, but again, still not clear yet on what the fight exactly was about. The sheriff's office did say that one of the 2 people involved drove to the fight with their family members, while the others drove with friends. One of the cars was driving away and someone in another vehicle fired shots at the vehicle. So really just kind of a complex story, a lot of moving parts here, and a really unfortunate situation down here in Pageland.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a very unfortunate situation, especially, you talk about a 9-year-old shot and killed there in Pageland. All right, Walker is continuing to follow the story. He'll have this story at 5 and 6 o'clock. Walker, thank you for your time, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let's move on. Where do we want to go to next? I see a couple of things happening, Carlene.
Let's go here. Let's stay here.
Okay.
This is the field hearing, the House Subcommittee on Oversight.
Okay.
This is, I guess their leaders are taking questions now after that hearing.
Okay, and we heard from victims of violent crime, yes, especially here in the Charlotte area. Let's get to that now. That's happening right now as we speak.
And we're going to go in order now, and I have a list in front of me, and the first person is Mia Alderman, the grandmother of murder victim Mary, as she's made us memorize because it's burned in her heart and mind and soul. Mary Santina Collins. Mia.
Hello. I wish I wasn't here. I wish I wasn't here because Irania was brutally murdered and stabbed here in Charlotte. So was Mary. Mary was stabbed over 133 times. She was bled out in a bathtub and she was hidden in a mattress. We still don't have justice for Mary. There are so many twists and turns in Mary's case that are just not right. I'm here for Mary and Mary alone. No other reason, certainly not political reasons. I'm here for Mary. I want justice for Mary. And I don't want this to happen to other people, ever. But Mary matters. And we need justice for her. It's enough already. It's enough. Thank you.
From North Carolina, Congressman Mark Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again for being here. America is facing a crime epidemic. The chaos we're seeing break out across the nation has a primary source, pro-crime Democrat policies that we have seen in so many of our cities. Just a few weeks ago, America was shocked by the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. As the details of her horrific murder unfolded, it was infuriating to learn that her murderer is a 14-time offender and felon who was let out without bail by a foolish magistrate judge. And even today, we've heard of even more extreme cases of the number of felonies are committed and then out on the streets. In America, young girls like Irina should not have to fear riding public transit. They should not have to constantly look over their shoulder for fear of losing their life. They should not die because radical magistrates are more interested in social agendas than common sense justice. That's why House Judiciary is here in Charlotte today, to give victims of violent crime a platform and to remember those like Irina who will never be forgotten. Instead of changing course, Democrats have doubled down after Irina's murder. They don't want you to remember her name. But let's face it, the American people are not buying this out-of-touch narrative. Americans don't want criminals roaming our streets. They want them locked up. That's why I'm introducing a package of bills to hold Democrat-run cities accountable. The No Funding for Lawless Jurisdiction Act will ensure that federal taxpayers are not forced to bankroll dangerous pro-crime policies in Democrat-run cities. And Cashless Bail Reporting Act will codify one of President Trump's executive orders requiring jurisdictions to enact cashless bail policies to be identified so that Americans can easily know if their city is releasing dangerous criminals back onto the streets. These bills are just one of many steps Congress must take to ensure there are no future Irina Zarutskas. Thank you.
Thank you. Congressman Brad Knott.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a former prosecutor and proud North Carolinian, and today was a sad day for me because I have seen the gaping holes of the criminal justice system that has been needlessly complicated. It has been needlessly politicized. And we have really done a disservice across this country by not fighting back against the far left policies. Whether it's cashless bail, open border policies, whether it's trying to go against harsh sentences, working against law enforcement, defunding the police, the far left in this country has made all of us less safe. The victims that we heard from in the committee today, the families of those victims, the perpetrators had been arrested sometimes 10, 15. One of them had 25 felony convictions. And he was out on the streets to commit a heinous murder. Because of the far left policies, public safety has become a point of privilege in this country. It's shameful. We need to get back to the basics. If you commit a crime and pose a threat to public safety, you need to be in a jail cell. It's not a funding issue. It's not a mental health issue. It is a political issue when you have people on the other side of the aisle who under no circumstances support law enforcement. Thank you.
We have a gentleman here who I think you all heard him in committee testify. There are no words, and I thank you for being here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Steve Federico,
and I am Logan Haley Federico's father, better known as Dad or Hero. I know you've heard that before, but it's the truth. My daughter was visiting friends in South Carolina, which she typically did at the University of South Carolina, when she got home one night and was awoken by somebody breaking into the house and then forced on her knees while naked with her hands up, begging for her life. This offender named Alexander Devontae.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Servant right there. That is a live look at a press conference there in Charlotte. House Subcommittee is meeting today, hearing from victims of violent crime in the Charlotte area. We want to slide over to something else that's happening on the North Carolina coast in Southport. You may be familiar with the story. All incident unfolded over the weekend. But again, a targeted shooting, according to authorities, at a restaurant in Southport that killed 3 people. Governor Stein is there with remarks on this, and we should get updates on this investigation. But let's take a listen in to what's being said right now.
Let's look to the future and not let this event define us. We are a closely knit community who over time will again come together to enjoy our surroundings and each other. I want to remind everyone with a short story of who we are. Just 48 hours earlier, I was in that very bar, and I was talking to a manager from a local jurisdiction, and we were going over success stories that both jurisdictions had. And as I was exiting that establishment, 2 gentlemen who I've never met before were walking behind me. And as we got to the door, those who have been to American Fish realize there's the doorman there. He had collected some tips, and the tips were sitting on a wooden shelf right there in full view of everybody with a glass on top of it. And the doorman had left to go do something else. And I turned to the gentleman and I said, "You know how you can tell that you're in Southport?" And they said, "No." I said, "Because as we can see, that money is sitting there in full view. And that money will still be there no matter how many people walk by that money when he comes back to work, back to his station here." And they both agreed that we live in an idyllic surrounding, which has now been broken 48 hours later. We all need to strive to retrieve that way of life, which I am very confident we can as a city. Now let me turn this over to Sheriff Chisholm.
Good morning again. I was having a conversation with Chief Todd Corn just a little while ago, and he brought to my attention something that I didn't think about. I want to, first off, obviously my heart and prayers goes out to the family and all of you that were affected by this. I also want to take this opportunity to thank those agencies that were necessarily not here in Southport, but played an instrumental role in getting people to the hospital. I heard a story about agencies that we didn't know about stopping stoplights and traffic for ambulances to get through. So while we have a lot of representation here today, there's others that are not listed that really came together and gave us what we need to get a quick resolution and get people the help that they need. I also stand here today to reiterate again what I said yesterday. We are not going to let this define Brunswick County. We are not going to let this define North Carolina, and we are definitely not going to let this define Southport, the place that we all love. Many of you grew up here. This is home. Don't let this define you. We all go through trying times in our life. I have. I'm sure if I asked you to raise your hand, everybody in this room raise your hand that they have been tried at a time. Our faith is being tested right now. We've all heard this. He will not give us more than we can handle. Remember that. We had the prayer vigil last night. We had over 1,000 people show up in support. Law enforcement community thanks you for what you did for us last night and what you continue to do to support us. And I assure you that we are here to support you and protect you. We took an oath to do that. So again, thank you for all the agencies standing behind us, the ones that were in the line of fire, ran towards the shots, not away. I'm proud to be a sheepdog. I hold that near and dear to my heart instead of these men and women behind me. So again, thank you for the support. I appreciate you.
I'm Director Chip Hawley, State Bureau of Investigation. We had over 20 agents respond. I just want to make sure that what is really brought to the forefront, our prayers and thoughts go with all the victims and everyone affected. But the ability for local, state, and federal law enforcement to come together so quickly. Sheriff Chisholm, the chief here in Southport, you had you had your legislative representation. We were on the phone with them that live here in this community, and they were affected by this. And our ability to put over 20 agents, sworn and non-sworn, on the ground. And I would like to really reiterate the part about the EMS and fire people that just stood in the gap while we were trying to find the suspect, which was apprehended and charged, and we got the confession. The main part was there were people that needed to really be looked after. They were in dire need of medical attention, and those people who came together in this community to help that I just want to make sure that they get noted. The guard and all of them coming together, it was amazing. And the Bureau wants to make sure that we are that conduit with local law enforcement to make sure that we bring this community as safe and as possible as we can to make sure you have some comfort that we have you in this community is going to be okay. God bless.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Chief Coring from Southport Police Department, of course, Brunswick County Sheriff Ryan Chisholm. I also want to thank Oak Island Chief Charlie Morris, SBI Director Chip Hawley, U.S. Coast Guard Deputy Commander John Succo. They exhibited excellent leadership and an immediate response that was able to bring an end to the fear and panic that the shootings might have been even worse than they obviously were. I want to thank Senator Rabin and Representative Miller for being here. Both care deeply about this county and its people. As you've heard, Southport is a tight-knit community. It is known across the state as a tight-knit community. And all of us can just imagine a warm Saturday night, a special date night, sitting on a dock by the river, by the water. No one goes into that kind of special night thinking that tragedy is possible. But 2 nights ago here in Brunswick County, of course it happened. It was horrific. I'm heartbroken for the families of the 3 people who lost their lives in this terrible incident. Ann and I are praying for those who were injured for a full and immediate recovery. To the victims' families, and the people of Southport, I urge you to lean on each other in this wonderful community that you all have built here. I know I speak for the entire state of North Carolina when I say that you are not alone in your heartache or pain. You do not grieve alone. We stand with you. In my faith, it is the community's responsibility to comfort mourners, so we must. And we conclude our mourner's prayer by saying, may the one who brings peace to the universe bring peace to us. Chief Corning, Sheriff Chisholm, Chief Morris, Deputy Director Hawley, Deputy Commander Succo, I want to reiterate my appreciation for your immediate response to apprehend the suspect essentially within minutes of the attack. Your excellent police work may have saved additional lives. We will always be grateful for your resourcefulness and your professionalism. I have faith that law enforcement will continue to work tirelessly until the job is done in this case. And the state, of course, is ready to assist in any way possible to ensure that justice is served on behalf of the victims. One thing is clear. We must do more to prevent these acts of violence. It has to be our top priority. Recent events here in Southport, in Charlotte, not to mention Michigan, Utah, Minnesota, and Kentucky, and I'm talking about just in the last few weeks, are clarion calls telling us that we have more work to do to make sure that people are both actually safe and that they feel safe in their communities. We must fix our broken mental health care system. We know that the vast majority of folks with mental health challenges pose no risk to others, but some can. There are too many people in our communities with dangerous obsessions exhibiting threatening behavior who do pose risks. We have got to do better, and I will do everything that I can, and I will work with anyone and everyone who is serious about protecting the people of this state. Folks deserve to be and feel safe in their towns, whether they're enjoying a dinner or praying in church or coming home from work. We must do better to keep people safe. I want to transition and just say a word about the storm, since I'm here on the coast and we are still in a state of emergency. I'm grateful that we're joined by Public Safety Secretary Eddie Buffalo and Colonel Freddie Johnson with the Highway Patrol. We are encouraged that the recent forecasts have shown that the storm Imelda is being pushed further off our coast. But it does not mean that there will not be impacts from this storm felt on land or that we should not be prepared. The combined impact of the two storms, Humberto and Imelda, may cause isolated flash flooding, coastal flooding, ocean overwash, wind gusts, and dangerous rip currents throughout much of this week. The storm will likely linger, and hazardous conditions on the coast may continue throughout the end of the week. So if you're visiting the beaches, please stay out of the water this week. And folks in the east, just be aware that flash flooding may happen in your community. On Saturday, I declared a state of emergency across North Carolina to facilitate our emergency response and to make sure that the assets of the state, the assets at our state's disposal are available to assist any communities with their response needs. The state of emergency covered the whole state, enabled us to send critical resources from across North Carolina to pre-position them here on the coast. We activated our state emergency response team, which is a consortium of the Department of Public Safety, Department of Transportation, North Carolina National Guard, State Highway Patrol, and our local partners. Thankfully, the change in Imelda's forecast track, we hope that these resources are not needed, but they remain ready and available if they are. We always seek to prepare for the worst. At the same time, we hope for the best. Last Saturday's one-year milestone of Hurricane Helene reminds us of the importance of being prepared. Anna and I, our First Lady and I, spent the weekend with our neighbors in Western North Carolina. The milestone event stirred incredible emotions out west. Folks were mourning all that was lost, 108 lives lost in the storm. At the same time, they were celebrating the remarkable progress that they've made, and they're sober in their recognition about the vast amount of work that remains ahead of them. While this weather system is not looking nearly as catastrophic as Helene, thank gosh, know that we're preparing early and knowing that preparing early and following emergency guidance can save lives. My last thought is that in times like this, whether it's in the wake of a natural disaster or a horrific tragedy as experienced here Saturday night, it is more critical than ever that we look out for each other. So I encourage you to reach out to your friends, reach out to your family, reach out to your neighbors. Make sure they're okay. Make sure that they have what they need. and we at the state are committed to doing likewise. Thank you. Happy to take questions, and you can address them to any of the speakers. Yes, sir.
Scott with CBS News here. Can you speak to the specifics in terms of increasing safety and increasing those mental health checks that you were referring to, so that what happened here a couple of days ago doesn't happen again?
We need to have a greater integration in our criminal justice system with our mental health care system, because usually it's law enforcement that is the first point of contact with people, either because they get repeated phone calls about a person who may be a risk. But it's not enough to just know that somebody may be a challenge. We've then got to be able to connect that person with the treatment that they need to address whatever their underlying conditions are. There is a great deal that we need to do to improve our mental health care system, and we will be talking more about that in the days to come.
Governor, question over here, Monica Casey, WRAL. The crime bill that's currently on your desk, Democrats pushed for there to be a red flag law component to that. Do you think that would have made a difference here?
I don't know the specifics of this gentleman and whether there are people in the community who were concerned enough about his erratic behavior to have triggered a red flag law provision. I think it's a good idea. There are people in our community who people know are a risk to others, a risk to themselves, and they should not have firearms. And that's what a red flag law allows, is for a judge, through due process, to temporarily remove dangerous weapons from people who are a risk. I think that the public would be well served if North Carolina had a red flag law.
Governor, take the movie with ABC News. You said we must do more to prevent these acts of violence. Knowing what you know about the suspect so far, could this have been prevented?
I'll have to defer to the locals who know more about him and what his conditions were and what his engagement with local law enforcement was, whether there were family members or neighbors in the area who were concerned. I just don't have enough to say. I don't know if anyone wants to take that question. Okay.
The question is, could this have been prevented, knowing what we know about the suspect?
At this point, it's premature. Yes.
What are the tangible actions you guys are taking today following this incident?
We're doing a systematic analysis of our mental health care system and what is needed in order to enhance it so that we have the resources to respond to people's needs. There are too many people who are profoundly troubled, who are obsessed, whose paranoia gets stoked by what they read on the internet every day, and we've got to figure out ways so that those folks don't pose risks to the community.
We'll take one last question.
Do we expect any new details about the victims today?
I'm Chief Todd Corn with the City of Southport Police Department. We should have details coming out possibly tomorrow on that. They're still hospitalized. We're still getting information. We're trying to allow the families some time, but we should have another media release coming out tomorrow with additional details.
We heard yesterday one of them was still clinging to life. Is that still the case, or have they been upgraded?
To my understanding, we do have one that is still very critical at one of our area hospitals.
Thank you all.
To that point, is it possible just to get an update on their conditions overall, those who are still hospitalized?
Well, I don't have no details on that. I don't have clearly enough to speak on that. They're at two different hospitals, and I have not had time to check up on them yet.
So all 5 are still in the hospital?
To my knowledge, yes. The ones that were transported are still hospitalized.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. There is a press conference that just wrapped up in Southport. We heard from local officials. We heard from Governor Josh Stein with updates and remarks after a man was taken into custody after opening fire from a boat at a waterfront restaurant Saturday night, killing 3 people and injuring at least 5 others. That's according to the SBI, the State Bureau of Investigation. And so, again, we heard from Governor Stein also updating us on the preps for the storm, Imelda, that is looks like it's moving away or trending away from the Carolinas, but preparations are still in place for potential impacts. We're also keeping an eye, do want to point out, they're keeping an eye on this. This is a live look inside the White House. We're waiting to hear from President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from Israel. They're set to have a joint press conference regarding possible peace talks in Gaza. So that is happening as soon as that takes place, as soon as both President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu get on stage. We'll take you there live. But for now, we want to take a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Carlene is here. Jeb is here. We want to get to something live happening right now. That is Congressman Tim Moore speaking. As we hear from victims of violent crime, there's a hearing, a House subcommittee hearing in Charlotte. The focus is on repeat offenders and whether lenient pretrial release policies are putting communities at risk. Let's take a listen in to what Congressman Moore is saying.
Day that should be incarcerated. And that's the other question, and that's why this committee is taking this so seriously.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you all for being here, and have a good day.
Thanks.
All right, so yeah, as you heard there, it looks like that press conference wrapped up. So look, this has been happening since about 10 o'clock this morning, so it's been happening for a while. I believe it just wrapped up, but in case you missed it, again, we've been on this on and off since this morning, but in case you missed it, we want to go from the very top because there was a lot of people that spoke, a lot to unpack here. Again, this is a House subcommittee hearing, holding for victims of violent crime here in Charlotte. Again, the focus of this is on repeat offenders and whether lenient pretrial release policies are putting communities at risk. This has been a big topic of conversation, especially since some of these recent cases. I think of Irina Zaruska, the young woman who was fatally stabbed on the Charlotte light rail. Also, a 4-year-old recently who was shot while asleep. But again, something as far as violent crime that keeps coming up here in our area and concerns regarding it. So let's take you there now in case you missed it.
Thank you all again for being here. Ms. Alderman.
Members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Mia Alderman. I'm the grandmother of Mary Collins. Mary Collins. Mary was sadistically tortured. She was tortured. She was brutally murdered in Charlotte, North Carolina in 2020. This is 2025 and a half. Mary was only 20 years old when her life was taken in the most horrific way imaginable. She was bludgeoned in the head. She was stabbed over 130 times. Mary was then bled out in a bathtub. All of Mary's blood went down into the Charlotte sewer system. Mary was then wrapped in plastic and hidden inside a mattress, while myself and my family and then members of the community tried to get to Mary. I myself was inside the apartment yelling Mary's name. To no avail. I'm sorry. This is very difficult. I have it written out, but then as I sat here, I sort of decided that I needed to go a little further. Our family's now endured more than 5 years of waiting, and still her case has not gone to trial. 5 years is not justice. 5 years is torment. Every day of delay deepens the wound for our family and makes a mockery of accountability. What makes this even more unbearable is how the justice system has handled those accused of Mary's murder. Thank you. 2 of them were released on bond, as if their crimes were minor, as if they stole a candy bar or maybe broke in a car or something. One in particular, her name is America Ray Deal. She remains free on bond today, despite repeated violations of her curfew and ankle monitor conditions. She has faced little to no consequence. We know she has broken curfew, left her home, pushed the boundaries of the very system meant to contain her. She basically thumbs her nose at it, which you can see for yourself on the photos that she posted on social media. They've now been taken down, but we have copies. Nothing's been done. How can someone accused of such cruelty walk free while we, Mary's family, serve a life sentence of grief? Failures did not begin in the courtroom. They began when Mary was killed. For days, family, friends, and the community pleaded for help. Pleaded. I was pleading as Mary's, I don't know the right word. Mary had a disability, and an invisible disability. If you're familiar with invisible disabilities, that means that you can't really, look at her and tell. Caregiver would be the right word. The police department and the detective would not comprehend what I was saying about Mary and how these people had her and they were hurting her, and I needed to get to her. It was long and it was torturous to even get him to go through that apartment door where she lay wrapped in plastic and concealed inside a mattress. It was 8 days since Mary left home. When they brought Mary out, it was finally the night of April 4th. She left the house on March 28th. The next day was Mary's mother's birthday, April 5th. That delay cost precious time, and it compounded the horror of what we later learned had happened inside. I cannot speak everything that happened to Mary, because if I try to speak what happened to Mary, I will no longer be able to sit or stand. So you're going to have to use your imagination on that part. Justice delayed is justice denied, and time is stealing our justice. With the backlog court system for murder trials, and Mary is not the only victim. We're here because Irania Zaruska was also brutally stabbed and killed in Charlotte. She now brings us here today. The same system that failed Mary failed Irania. Our hearts are broken for her family and her friends, and we grieve with them. We carry the heavy knowledge of the continued agony that they now face. This is not just about 2 young women, it's about the justice system in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, that is failing the very people it's sworn to protect. We need accountability. We need reform. We need to ensure that those accused of heinous crimes are swiftly prosecuted, that they're not allowed to be released on bond and just live their life. They get to go home and sleep in their own bed and party and have Christmas. And I wondered when they released America, did her mom get to smell her hair? Did she wrap her in a warm blanket at night? Because I think about that sometimes. Mary being in the ground dead. And she was so decomposed by the time they got her out of that apartment that we never saw her again. We couldn't look at her. I couldn't smell her hair, touch her face, hold her. I didn't know what to do. Was I supposed to wrap her in a blanket for her to be buried, or her siblings, they wanted her to be buried in her favorite clothes? It was COVID, so only 10 of us could go to a graveyard. We couldn't have a funeral, for Mary has had no funeral. No funeral. None. Her murderers have not faced trial. They've been out free on bond, and we had to go to a cemetery where there was a casket that they told us Mary was inside, and only 10 of us could go. They shouldn't be allowed to be released on bond conditions where they violate the conditions of their release again and again without consequence, which is what America Deal has done. The other one that was released on bond, James Salerno, has since been taken back to the Mecklenburg County Jail. Apparently, he was maybe too much for his mother to handle. I really don't know. But he's back in the jail now. But he was free for 2 years. And America has only spent a year in jail. So she's been free for 4.5 years. And she continues to violate. And we've contacted the DA's office. We don't know if the judges know that she's violated, but she should not be just free. She never should have gotten the bond in the first place. Mary was my granddaughter. Mary was my granddaughter. I'm sorry.
I was just checking with the chairman about that.
Okay, I'm almost finished. She was a daughter, sister, family member, and friend. She was vulnerable. She was also full of life and trust, especially trust. that was betrayed, and her murderers exploited her trust. Our family has lived in anguish for more than half a decade. While those responsible have still not faced a jury, I sit before you today for Mary and for every family who has lost someone to violence and then has been failed again and again by the system that should deliver justice. I ask you to see Mary not as another case number, but as a voice calling out for change. Thank you for hearing me and for recognizing the urgency of justice that has been denied for too long.
Thank you, Ms. Alderman, and your testimony, I don't even have the words, was riveting. We went over, and in order that everybody can hear everybody, we have a lot of witnesses and we have a lot of members today, so we have a 5-minute rule, and I am going to stick with that for now on, and that's not because of a lack of concern or that we don't feel for what you're trying to say. You can't do it in 5 minutes. I get it. I understand. But just so that we can get the whole hearing done, and we're only here till, I think it's 12:30. 12:30, they're going to kick us out. So for that reason, it's not me being mean-spirited, okay? Thank you. Next, Mr. Federico.
First, I want to make sure you all knew who my daughter was. My daughter was Logan Federico, okay? Sir. Yes. Logan Federico. She was 22, visiting friends at the University of South Carolina. How many of y'all have kids? I'm just curious. Here's what I need you to do. When I tell you this story, think about your kids. Think about your child coming home from a night out with their friends, laying down, going to sleep, feeling somebody come in the room and wake them, and drag her out of bed, naked, forced on her knees, with her hands over her head, begging for her life, begging for her hero, her father, me, that couldn't be there. She was 5'3". She weighed 115 pounds. Bang! Dead. Gone. Why? Because Alexander Devontae Dickey, who was arrested 39 goddamn times, 25 felonies, was on the street. How about that? How good are we doing for our family? How good are you doing for your kids? He should have been in jail for over 140 years for all the crimes he committed. You know how much time he spent in prison? A little over 600 days in 10 years. He's only 30 years old. He was committing 2.65 crimes a year since he was 15 years old, but nobody could figure out that he couldn't be rehabilitated. Well, you'd have to put him in prison to see if he could be rehabilitated. Isn't that the idea of prison? But no, my daughter wanted to be a teacher. She finally figured it out 2 weeks before she was executed. And I haven't heard a damn word from Byron Gibson in South Carolina. Not one word. 4 months, no communication. His biggest concern was that he was pissed off about my interview and how I made him look on the Fox News channel with Trey Gowdy. How pathetic is that? That we're letting our 22-year-old kid visiting friends. It's all she ever wanted to do was visit friends. And she literally was executed while on her knees, begging for her life. Her name's Logan Federico, not Irina. And you will not forget her. I promise you. You will be sick and tired of my face and my voice until this gets fixed. I will fight until my last breath for my daughter. You need to fight for the rest of our children, the rest of the innocents, and stop protecting the people that keep taking them from us. Please. You have the power. We put you in the power to do what you have to do. We're asking you, we're begging you all to stop this. 39 crimes in 10 years, 25 felonies. Can anybody here explain to me, well, how possibly he could be on the street? Possibly be on the street. How is it possible? I could sit down in a room and I could explain the whole process of how it failed, how South Carolina failed, Logan, okay? How lack of communication. What y'all did, you woke up a beast and you pissed off the wrong daddy. Because I'm going to put it out there, and I'm not going to be quiet until somebody helps. Logan deserves to be heard. Everyone on this panel deserves to be heard. And we will. Trust me. My daughter laid on the floor for 7 hours before somebody in that house recognized that something was wrong. And that career criminal, an hour later, went on a spending spree with her debit card. When they saw his face on a video, they didn't have to do a check. He was arrested so many times they knew who he was. They knew exactly where to go get him. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic that I'm here today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Officer Campbell.
Good morning. First, I want to say for the record that I'm not here to represent the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. I'm here to represent myself, and so you can get a clear view of what a violent criminal does when he's back on the streets. April 29th of 2024, the Marshal Service was serving a warrant for a convicted felon for possession of a firearm again. While serving that warrant, 3 members of that task force and 1 member of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department were gunned down and murdered that day, along with 5 others, including myself, that were injured. Now, that day was chaos. Responding to that call, multiple officers, not only dead but injured, were taking gunfire from an elevated position by a known convicted felon. During the process of extracting the officers, I ended up breaking my foot, which resulted in me being diagnosed with regional complex pain syndrome. It's a miserable diagnosis which led to the amputation of my right foot. I will no longer, ever be where I was prior to that day. Now, in my hand, I will gladly submit this for your records, is his entire arrest report. And in this report starts in 2009, where he burglarized a residence with a stolen firearm. After he was taken to jail, he was released, where he committed multiple other offenses prior to him going to prison. He was released from prison and again continuously committed violent crimes with firearms. Now I ask you, why is it that we take people who commit these heinous crimes and we do not hold them accountable for their actions? We sit there and we try to give it a reason as a mental health issue or some other type of issues that realistically doesn't take blame. Now, the judicial system here in Mecklenburg County, I can speak firsthand, is trash. And I'll say it again over and over again. And I'll take the repercussions, what comes next after me saying that. But the magistrate system here has no idea what they are doing. This cashless bail system is a joke. I believe in my heart that if you commit a crime against another person violently, that you should not have a bond. That you should sit in jail until your time comes. Now, there's a lot more that I could say angrily, but I'm trying to swallow my emotions because I've seen multiple committees such as this one
and words are exchanged, but action never comes to it. So I'm going to ask you guys, all of you, to at some point look at us and look at the future victims, because there will be more. And say, at what point do we hold them accountable for their actions and stop playing this political circus game? And I will yield back the rest of my time. Give it to someone else.
I'm going to thank you very much. I'm going to take a second just to say I really do believe, and I do, I wouldn't be here, that we do want to do something. This makes me sick to my stomach. I'm angry about it, and I haven't lost a loved one, so I can't imagine. The system, the way that it's set up, makes it so damn difficult to straighten things out. That's what each and every one of you are feeling. Because by the time you change magistrates and change Superior Court justices and to change prosecutors and to change attorneys general, and I can go on through the list, it doesn't happen in one day. But I believe by the constant, relentless pounding that we're going to give, and we will support you shoulder to shoulder. I'll stand anywhere, and I know this committee, well, at least most of us will, anywhere, shoulder to shoulder with you, and make sure you get the support you need. So it's not a political show. It's not just to, get on television or whatever the hell it is. It's because I want it to stop. Because I mean this. It could be my kid. It could be my family, my wife, anybody, all of us. Everybody who's here knows that intuitively. It could be any of us. So it's not only you. You are not alone. We're sick and tired and disgusted, and we're going to keep pushing on this and keep speaking out. Political correctness is bull. It's time to do the right thing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Woody.
Good morning, Chairman Van Drew, members of the committee. Thank you for holding this critical hearing in Charlotte. I'm Michael Woody. I'm North Carolina Chairman of the National Association for Bail Agents. I come before you today not only as an expert on secure bail, but as a lifelong North Carolina resident, a father, a grandfather, a former law enforcement professional who has witnessed firsthand how the no-cash bail policies have devastated our communities and our families. It's a shame that we had to wait until August 22nd, 2025, just 5 short weeks ago, that Irina Zarutska, the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee who survived the war zone and fled to safety in America, was brutally murdered on the Lynx light rail system in Charlotte. Her killer was DeCarlos Brown. He was a repeat offender with 14 prior arrests and released unsecured bail, cashless bail, on his own recognizance earlier this year at that. Despite concerns about his mental stability and his chronic diagnosis of schizophrenia, he was still released with cashless bail. The Department of Justice filed a federal complaint on September 9th charging Brown with causing death on a mass transportation system. They've elevated his charges to the federal level. Irina fled the horrors of war only to lose her life to an offender who should have been held accountable through secured bail. This wasn't random violence. It was a preventable tragedy enabled by the reckless policies that prioritize offender convenience over public safety. Here in Mecklenburg County, courts have embraced what they call reform, unsecured bonds, and taxpayer-funded pretrial release programs. While studies show mixed results on appearance rate, the fundamental problem remains. Unsecured release removes the accountability that comes when families and communities have financial stakes in ensuring compliance. Meanwhile, stakeholders report ongoing cycles of missed court appearances and rearrest. When offenders fail to appear in court, the courts must continue their cases in absence and even sentence them in absentia, costing taxpayers enormous resources while denying victims their right to provide impact statements, such as you've heard today. And offenders with serious mental health issues, such as Brown, are released without the evaluation and treatment that could prevent these tragedies. These policies aren't just dangerous, they're expensive. Mecklenburg County alone has spent $345,000 in local taxpayer funds for new pretrial staff. They've wasted over $1.6 million in federal grants and at least $3.3 million in a private foundation money. The county now reports $3.87 million total they spent to put these offenders back on the street with no accountability. That's over $5 million to operate a system parallel to secure bail, which worked effectively and cost taxpayers nothing and provided more security for families. This is the definition of government waste, multiple bureaucracies, and millions in expenses to avoid using the system that required no taxpayer investment. Every missed court date delays justice for victims. Every repeat offense creates new victims who should have been protected. Unlike states with mandatory victim notification, North Carolina can leave victims in the dark unless they go in themselves and sign up for the North Carolina Saving Program, which is a victim notification program. The victim has to do that themselves. That should be done automatic by your local prosecutors or your local courts. Contrast this with secure bail, where family and community co-signers create layers of accountability and communication. When someone has financial skin in the game, they ensure compliance. When release is free, accountability and safety disappear. The evidence is clear. Secure bail enlists families in ensuring court appearances while protecting communities and families, all without any taxpayer cost. Members of the committee, North Carolina's experience proves that compassionate policies that ignore accountability are neither compassionate nor effective. You've heard that from 3 prior witnesses today. Federal funding should strengthen systems that protect victims and ensure court appearances, not subsidize failure.
All right, so you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. Carlene is here in studio with me. That is a look from earlier. So we've been playing this on and off pretty much since this morning, is the House Subcommittee hearing where we actually hear from victims of and the families of victims of violent crime there in Charlotte. So you have different lawmakers, policymakers, at this hearing. So again, we wanted to play a little bit of that in case you missed it. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. Carlene Bragg is here in studio. We want to talk about a story that we're following up on today, but we got information on it yesterday. Let me kind of read you a little bit of it, set it up for you. So billionaire Mackenzie Scott awarded the United Negro College Fund with a, quote, transformational $70 million gift towards strengthening historically black colleges and universities. So she gave that gift, and we have universities. We have, North Carolina is home to several HBCUs, including Johnson C. Smith, who, is it fair to say we have Autumn Bracey here? Is it fair to say, and we were talking about this before, is a recipient of it? You're following the story.
Yes.
How would you sort of phrase?
I would say slated to receive. Mm-hmm. So one of the main goals is they have to raise enough money to generate matching funds. Okay. So through UNCF, Johnson C. Smith University will receive $5 million, but the catch is they have to raise $5 million as well. Okay. And I was also told, I got a chance to speak with the president of the university, so that was great, Dr. Valerie Kinloch. And so she says that with continuous support that they'll obviously be able to continue to grow their efforts. Another goal of theirs is to have a Better Together campaign, and that is going on currently. So it's going from August to December, so they have to raise an additional $10 million as well. So in general, they're just working to raise money. We know Johnson C. Smith University is currently on probation for a good cause, and so funding is one of the factors that's contributing to them being on that. Another one is them improving some of their federal and state responsibilities. So that includes like their documentation for things they may be receiving, like grants. So they have to work on that as a university. So all this kind of plays in hand. So hopefully they do get off of probation heading into 2026.
Do they have a timeline as far as they're raising money in their campaign right now?
So for the $5 million through UNCF, they said it's not. They said they've been raising funds for a while, and so that money can be generated towards that. So they said it's not like a particular deadline, but of course they're working to do it as quickly as possible because they would like, that additional funding to help support their efforts. HBCUs obviously have been dealing with a lot of challenges, and that's something the president also shared with me. So they're looking for any additional support to help their cause.
Did they, before I get you out of here, did they, did the president mention how they found out about this donation by Mackenzie Scott? Because it was like all over social media as soon as the news dropped.
No, she didn't share that. But she just said they're excited. It represents a lot for HBCUs who have historically been underfunded, and so she looks forward to, with that continuous support, they're able to continue to move their efforts and their initiatives forward. She says a lot of work obviously has to be done, specifically at Johnson C. Smith University. She was saying like some of the challenges some of her students face, financial aid, wanting more money to go towards infrastructure. A lot needs to be done.
I grew up around North Carolina A&T, worked in Raleigh, lived in Durham, and was around North Carolina Central. So a lot of, needless to say, a lot of folks on my timeline, alumni, were very excited about this news coming out.
This definitely ties, and it impacts so many, like you mentioned, schools across the state.
Before I get you out of here, I always ask this question: when can folks check out your story this evening?
The story will be airing during our 5 o'clock newscast.
Cool. Autumn Bracey, thank you for your time. Again, big news. I still see the post on my timeline. Still excitement from Mackenzie Scott's donation. Autumn, thank you again.
Awesome.
All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sertivant. Carlene Bragg is here in studio. It is one of those days, weather-wise. Let's take a look. This is a live look.
That's Myrtle.
Myrtle
There she is.
Beach. I'm curious, is this North Myrtle, South Myrtle?
I'm looking at the camera. I believe this is south of Breakers and that main stretch of Myrtle. So I guess it's not North Myrtle, it's the opposite way. So
Carlene is good.
Yeah.
Carlene is good. I knew I could throw that question at Carlene.
Well, there's
and she
a
would probably
raindrop
know.
on the screen. But if you look under that raindrop, you'd see those tall resorts that are kind of in the middle of everything.
Which is still good though.
Ocean.
You're still good. You're still good.
Thank you.
Oh man, because I'm like, it's kind of hard to tell here.
It is hard to tell. It's also because it's just like a gloomy day.
Yeah.
But yeah, under that nice little raindrop right there on the screen, there you'd see the higher, taller resort buildings.
I would love to say that here in Charlotte that we're dealing with better weather, but
we're not.
We're not. It's rainy. It's gloomy.
Gross.
It's one of those days. I get it. I mean, we've had a stretch of really fantastic
There's a traffic
days.
camera. You can kind of see.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but it's not great.
Yeah, it was raining earlier when we got on the show.
Yeah.
So I'm optimistic about. Let me look into my crystal ball. I'm optimistic about later this week.
Yeah. It's your crystal ball. It wasn't Becca Birdsall. It's your crystal ball telling you that.
Becca who? Let's check in with Meteorologist.
Tell her.
Tell her. Tell her. Let's check in with Meteorologist Majestic Store.
Well, good Monday afternoon to you. I'm WCNC meteorologist Majestic Storm. Are you loving this gloomy weather? If you're not, we do have some sunshine on the way and even warmer temperatures. But if you are loving it, we have a couple of days of rainy weather, cloudy conditions, cooler temperatures. That's what you should be prepared for today as well as tomorrow. We are continuing to follow Tropical Storm Imelda. We are not concerned because it is continuing to turn northeast out to sea. So best case scenario for us. And then later in the week, it is going to be beautiful. We're welcoming in the first day of October on Wednesday. That's also when some sunshine will return and those warmer temperatures as well. Now for today, it is going to be a gloomy one. Temperatures also on the cooler side. I mean, we're talking about low 70-degree temperatures for our highs, cloudy conditions. And here's the catch. We'll have the opportunity for scattered showers throughout the entire part of our afternoon and even into the evening. That means not everyone will see rain at every hour of the day, but at least 70% of our viewing area will receive some rain today. And then about 50% for tomorrow. And then Wednesday, hello October and hello to sunshine. It's going to be beautiful. Rain chances will go down even this upcoming weekend. Our first full weekend of October is going to be beautiful. You can see throughout the rest of the day today, cloudy skies as those kids are coming home from school. Maybe as you are driving home from work, there could still be some rain showers out there, so make sure you're just taking it easy out on those area roadways. The one thing in our forecast today is that temperatures overall, they're not going to be very warm. However, today is going to be a day where the mugginess is noticeable. There's a lot of moisture in the air, so it's going to be a humid day today and tomorrow. Highs today rising mainly into the upper 60s to low 70s, and you can see across the Carolinas we have this boundary right here that's pushing in some active weather. We're looking at some tropical weather, and we have two different storms that we do have our eyes on. So we have the combination of that front that's just kind of stalled out, pushing in some moisture, and we have some unsettled weather for us. But we're also watching this. This is Imelda, so it's also going to push in some tropical moisture. We have a hurricane out there as well, so a lot going on. We'll start with this. This is Tropical Storm Imelda, the latest advisory moving north at 9 miles an hour. Max sustained winds are at 60. We need this to go up to 74 in order for it to become a hurricane. And models are indicating that that likely will happen as we're heading into the next day or so. But the good news is Imelda is still forecasted to make no direct impacts across the southeast as a whole. It'll continue to steer off to the north and to the east. Some good news for us. However, this is Hurricane Umberto. This is our 11 a.m. advisory. This is a massive storm. It's a very strong Category 4 hurricane. And this one as well is actually going to to continue to move to the northwest at 13 miles an hour, and then it steers off again away from the United States. So good news when it comes to both of those tropical storms. We have now had 9 named storms this Atlantic hurricane season. Humberto, it actually topped off at its peak on Saturday as a Category 5 hurricane. Again, it is a Cat 4 at this time. And then Imelda, still a tropical storm, but likely will reach a hurricane criteria as we're heading into the next day or so. Here's our Jerry Hunt Super Center 7-day forecast. You can see low 70s today, cloudy skies, mid 60s tonight, mid 70s tomorrow, and then by Wednesday it is going to be beautiful as 70s and 80s return for the remainder of our work week. And look at those lows dipping down into the low 50s. Have a great day.
Oh, yeah, very gloomy there, that shot of Uptown. All right, so we want to get to some breaking news just into our newsroom. So South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster is rescinding the state of emergency for Tropical Storm Imelda. Here's a release. I want to read part of it, and here's a look. Folly Beach. See, I knew Carlene would know. Folly Beach, which is in the Charleston, South Carolina area. Governor Henry McMaster today issued Executive Order 2025-34, lifting the state of emergency declared ahead of Tropical Storm Imelda after the storm's forecast track shifted away from the South Carolina coast. Quote, with Tropical Storm Imelda turning away from our coast over the weekend, I have lifted the state of emergency as Team South Carolina returns to normal operations. And that is from Governor Henry McMaster. Again, they will continue to keep an eye on the track of this storm. Governor Josh Stein in North Carolina said that preps are still in place. As far as we know, that state of emergency is still in place in North Carolina. But again, we just got this in a few minutes ago. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster rescinding the state of emergency there for the state of South Carolina. You see folks there enjoying a rainy beach day.
This morning we took this camera. This is the only beach you can surf at in Charleston. It's the only one that has like waves that get even a little bit high enough. They were out there, so people are enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, you're from the coast.
Couldn't be me.
This is your area, Carlene.
I know it is, but like on a rainy day at Folly Beach, pass.
Yeah, I get it. All right, so we'll continue to keep you updated when we learn more and if we learn more information.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's turn now. Again, we're continuing to keep our eye on this joint press conference at the White House. Netanyahu, President Trump, expected to start at any moment now.
People are seated, so we're hoping it starts soon. But yeah.
But in the meantime, as we keep an eye on that, and I promise you, as soon as that starts, we will take you there live. I guess we should talk about.
You gotta talk about it, Nick.
The Panthers.
I know you don't want to talk about it. It's one of those things you gotta talk about.
You know, it's been one of those seasons.
Yeah.
A lot of questions, a lot of tough questions, a lot of tough conversations that need to be had. I guess I'll have that tough conversation with our good friend Eugene Robinson from Charlotte Today on Thursday at 9 p.m. Make sure you like, subscribe, WCNC Charlotte. WCNC Plus episode comes on each Thursday at 9 p.m. here on WCNC Plus. Panthers,
yeah,
42 unanswered points.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like the first drive, man, felt great. And then it went all downhill after Ryan Fitzgerald, in Florida State fashion, if you know, you know, doinked it off the upright.
Yep.
And it was downhill from there.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're 1-3. So are the Ravens. That was a
shout out to Greg.
Shout out to Greg, man. I'm sorry. We're 1-3. But let's check in with our guys, with our guy Julian Council from Locked On, also Danielle Stein, to recap this forgettable game by the Panthers.
Week 4 in Julian Council, we have a lot to talk about after this loss for the Panthers. Playing the Patriots today up in Foxborough. Julian, it is, first of all, a stark difference between the Panthers team we saw out on the field here in Charlotte a week ago versus what we saw in Gillette Stadium today. Obviously, it's a different team. It's a different game plan, different preparation, different player availability. But this team did not, of course, put the same sort of look out there. What was different today?
Yeah, Daniel, I know you haven't been here for too long, but here in Carolina, we come to understand that the good times, they only last for so long, and typically only a week, like we saw last week, as Carolina won 30-0 in a just dominant win against the Atlanta Falcons, where they were really not that great offensively, but good enough, scored in the opening possession last week, and they were able to cash in on Mike Jackson interception a week ago. They were excellent defensively, and they were great on special teams. Look at today, the offense left a lot to be desired. They did score in the opening drive, but after that, nothing until the end of the game when Andy Dalton was in at quarterback. The defense was right back to its old ways, and in special teams, quite frankly, was a disaster with the missed field goal, the missed extra point, the punt return for a touchdown, another long punt return. That had been a decided advantage for Carolina, which that was a phase that they lost. And really, you look at all three phases, offensively, defensively, special teams, like that was a difference. They lost every single one of those phases this week after winning every single one of them last week in their win against Atlanta.
And you saw that opening drive, just to go back to that for a second, because that's something they've been really harping on, is that starting fast, really, they wanted to work on that, and they did it. And it looked like a pretty promising start, coming off maybe with a little bit of confidence after that Atlanta win. Things were looking good. Bryce, brought them down the field. They got for the touchdown. Defense with a 3-and-out right after that. Like, things look good. Then it kind of all fell apart, as you mentioned. 42 unanswered. Let's talk on the defense first. Drake May, obviously he's a local guy, and he was able to orchestrate his offense to really just drive it home.
And it's not like Drake went out there and put up a big ton of numbers, explosive plays. Like, he was good. Don't get me wrong. Had a nice little Superman Cam Newton homage celebration when he had that touchdown, and he hit Stephon Diggs, who had a big day today for New England. But other than that, it was just them playing on short fields, because Carolina constantly offensively got in New England territory and punted. I mean, they punted from the 43, from the 31. They missed from 37 yards. So it's not like New England had to drive down the field a ton today in this game, and they were just efficient. And there was one drive where they ran the ball, multiple jet sweeps, where they were clearly trying to test. Josh McDaniels, the OC there in New England, was clearly trying to test what they had at outside linebacker, with Patrick Jones a second and DJ Wonnum both being out. And DJ Johnson couldn't run fit on one of those. Nick Scorton missed a clear tackle on one of those, and that led to a touchdown. You had Hunter Henry, who had a catch where he gets lost, and this has been a constant issue where Carolina's not been able to defend tight ends, where Sean Smith-Wade, instead of tackling him or even just pushing him out of bounds, punches at the ball, and then Henry's just like jogging down the sideline. Like, didn't even look like he was sprinting. Unfazed. So a lot of the same issues where you're not in the right position to make tackles, get guys on the ground, you were not out there giving the kind of effort you need to. Just there was the same lack of execution that we had seen really in the first 6 quarters of the season against Jacksonville, Arizona, defensively out there today.
Looking back to the offense for Carolina, I think we can also circle back, first of all, to that first play of the game.
Sure.
Demo, great 12-yard pickup. Out for the game, carted off. He gives the thumbs up. Of course, we want to make sure everyone's healthy and safe. All of a sudden, Carolina is down to 3 receivers. This is a room that, by the way, we were talking about all offseason, how deep they are. We're going to have to make cuts. There's so much depth to this receiver core. It was T-Mac, it was Hunter Renfrow, Bryson Tremaine pretty much by the end of this game. They got the tight ends involved a little bit more in this game than we've seen in previous. But what are you making of the situation with this receiving core? Of course, we're waiting on Leggett to maybe getting back into his form. A lot of people are wondering about Jimmy Horton Jr. and what that situation is like too. But Bryce only has so many options at this point.
Right, and that's one of the things where I'm sure we'll talk about later how much you put on Bryce Young. But I am a little concerned at this point in time at what they have at wide receiver. Now, I will give a lot of credit to what Tommy Trimble catching a touchdown today, Mitchell Evans having his first career touchdown reception in the NFL, and even James Mitchell, all 3 of those guys being involved, with JT Sanders out, who's also a big part of the receiving core here overall, looking at wide receivers and tight ends in Carolina. So his absence, that can't be ignored. But they decided before the season to trade Adam Thielen in Minnesota. Now, they had to get the return that they wanted, and they also looked at the fact that they had Tedero McMillan, they had Xavier Leggett, had Jalen Coker, all young guys who they had plenty of talent and like what they did either last year in the preseason to feel good about that trio. But immediately after Adam Thielen gets traded, We see Jalen Coker go down with the quad injury. He's yet to play this year. When we've seen Xavier Legette in the first 2 games, he's left a lot to be desired, where there's plenty of fans out there questioning, and even the media asking, would he be benched? Now, he's not played the last 2 weeks, but I have serious concerns because outside of Tedero McMillan and then a couple of flashes there against Arizona from Hunter Renfrow, there's only been one guy that Bryce can lean on in this passing game, out receiver, and that's McMillan. Bryson Tremaine, nice story there, but not really a guy that you want to be leaning on if you're going to be the kind of football team they want to be, and a lot of people want them to be in this city. So I'm not going to sit here and act like they made a mistake there with Thielen, because certainly he wanted to go. They like what they had. They could not have predicted the injury to Jalen Coker, but they do have some real concerns there until Legette comes back and shows them what they want to see, and until Coker comes back as well and plays up to the level even better than he played a year ago.
And minded, of course, T-Mac is that #1 guy at this point. So obviously, every opposing team is putting their #1 DB on him too. So you saw Christian Gonzalez making his season debut today with the Pats. They had some pretty fun matchups, of course. So not so many opportunities either when you're being defended by some of the best players in the NFL. But we have to look at Bryce.
Sure.
His game today, on paper, it wasn't bad if you look at the numbers. No, he had 1 sack, no interceptions.
Yeah.
So progress on those fronts. There were, like you said before, some more to be desired. I liked how you said that. What would you kind of assess for Bryce's game today, and how much blame do you put on the quarterback play in this loss?
I mean, he has to take a level of blame because he is the starting quarterback here in Carolina, and the offense went out there when he was there and only put up 7 points and constantly failed in New England territory. Like, I think in the first half they had 4 of their 5 drives were there in Pat's territory, and they came out with 6 points. Right. So that's just not going to win you games in the NFL. Then in the second half, when the game was, I suppose, still in doubt, they go turnover on downs. One of those where McMillan was open, had he hit him in stride, that's a touchdown. Right. And then another one that also led to a turnover on down. So I look at Bryce, I still feel like he's somebody they can win games with. But I just look at the passing game overall. And I mentioned the wide receivers. We talked about that momentarily. But in his 32 starts, 20 of those games he's thrown for less than 200 yards passing. And
all right, so that's the recap of the Panthers versus the Patriots. But our guy, Julian Council from Locked On Panthers. All right, now, like as I mentioned before, as soon as President Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu got on the podium, we'll take it live. Here they are. Let's take a listen in to what's being said right now.
And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then he said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you, in many cases, they're great men, and some great women, too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. no more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas, but I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others. And they'll be named over the next few days. And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians, along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things. please get the hostages back and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing. Terrible, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many, many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords, they were amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it, please don't do it. It'll end the whole world, please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because they heard I was going to do it, and leaders of countries were calling me, and I think it was on a Thursday that I did it, and they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart, otherwise you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And its people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with, because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this was more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership, and I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with, and it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement, and I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East, and I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy, it's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that would be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, and many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions, or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think. No.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you.
Folks who've been watching here on Live Impact News, this is Vanessa Rufus taking over for Nick Sturdivant. You've been listening in to a joint news conference with President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu discussing a plan to end the war in Gaza and free the remaining hostages that are being held by Hamas. It's a 20-point peace plan, and we are seeing among the measures within the deal, Israeli forces would withdraw to an agreed upon line, prepare for a hostage release, and all the hostages would be released within 72 hours. It is unclear at this time whether Hamas agrees to or would be agreeable to this plan. Of course, we'll keep you updated as we learn more about not just the plan itself, but reaction to it. With that, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in 2 minutes with more of your headlines on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. We saw just a few moments ago the president alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu discussing that plan to bring peace to the Gaza area and free remaining hostages that Hamas is holding. We know at some point now this afternoon the president is set to move on and meet with congressional leadership as a potential government shutdown is looming really in just a matter of several hours. The government has to be funded with some sort of plan in place basically by the very end of tomorrow night. So that said, we've got some Senate discussions that are underway. As we reported before here on WCNC Plus, Republicans have put forward a spending plan. Democrats are holding out. We know that they need at least 7 Democrats to join them in order to pass the spending plan. But one of the main sticking points for the Democrats, affordable health care. Let's listen in.
To go on forever. Mr. President, I have here the House report that came out on this 2021 reckless tax and spending bill. It's called American Rescue Plan 2021. This is a report of the Committee on the Budget, House of Representatives, to accompany H.R. 1319, February 24th, 2021. So I copied, instead of going through the whole 1,000-page document and bringing it here and throwing it on the floor, which is where it belongs, I copied page 215 and 216. What does it say about these bonus payments? They say right here, it applies, quote, during the public health emergency. The public health emergency is over. And it says in the payments, when you turn to the next page, they would go temporarily. That's their words, not mine. Well, Mr. President, COVID is over. Joe Biden lost. Democrats are in the minority. These Biden COVID bonus payments, they need to go away as well. They were just one more part of a big government giveaway, and now Chuck Schumer is here demanding that we make these bonus payments permanent. To me, temporary means temporary. It's not what the Democrats are demanding, just to keep the government open for 4 short weeks. It's preposterous. 12 years ago, in 2013, America faced another shutdown. At that time, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut sent out a press release. 2013, 12 years ago. In his press release, Senator Murphy of the minority party from Connecticut said this. He said, there is a time and a place to debate health care. He went on to say, but not when the funding of the federal government, all the lives that are impacted by it, are hanging in the balance. He's not here today to hear those words, but his party needs to recognize that's exactly what they said 12 years ago. And today, Democrats like Senator Murphy are doing the very thing that he condemned here on this floor in his press release 12 years ago. Stunningly, the Democrats want to eliminate, of all things, the $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund. This is the fund that Republicans created to keep rural hospitals open. I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine in Wyoming for more than 20 years. I know what affordable, reliable, quality care means to our communities. They're lifelines to small communities. And yet yesterday on Meet the Press, the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, said rural hospitals are closing, so he wants to put the noose around their neck. This makes it worse. He is threatening, as part of his demand, to eliminate the $50 billion set aside for rural hospitals in America. Mr. President, last week I was at home in Wyoming. I attended a ribbon cutting in Pinedale for a new hospital. This is the first hospital ever in Sublette County, Wyoming. The nearest hospital is 85 miles away. There's another one 100 miles away. Depending on, in the winter, which roads are open, people in that community had to either drive 85 or 100 miles seeking health care. This is going to help the communities in Pinedale. It's going to save lives. It matters to those people. Yet the ransom note from Senator Schumer and the Democrats would shut it down, prevent all of these rural hospitals that are struggling that we provided for in our comprehensive economic plan that we passed in July. Schumer wants to pull the plug on all of it. It's part of their bill. It's part of the ransom note. It's what the Democrats are trying to do. Let's be honest. The Democrats have a political problem. The far left, their radical wing, is demanding a shutdown of the government. Their caucus is divided. The American people overwhelmingly want the government to remain open, to provide vital services to the people. They know that it costs money to shut down the government. It costs even more to reopen the government. Democrats don't seem to care. What we have here is a clean, bipartisan, continuing resolution to fund the government for the next 7 weeks. The House of Representatives already passed it with a bipartisan vote. And it keeps the government open for 7 weeks at the current funding levels. So it doesn't cut anything. It says, let's just continue to work on appropriations bills. It gives Republicans and Democrats an opportunity to work on the budgeting for next year, the appropriations process to keep the government open for the next year. President Trump's ready to sign it. It's here before the Senate and time to pass it. Senator Schumer has repeatedly bragged that Democrats never shut down the government when they were in the majority. I would remind the minority leader today that 13 times under Joe Biden, the Senate passed a clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open. We should do the same right now. Senator Schumer ought to remember those 13 times. Today should be no different. If this government shuts down, and it should not, it will clearly be a Schumer shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat Whip.
Mr. President, the senator from Wyoming is a friend of mine, really. And we may disagree on some political issues. I greatly respect him and
Sorry about that, folks. It looks like our shot just froze and then dropped out of the Senate floor. You heard a lot of discussions there regarding the impending potential government shutdown. Time is ticking down here. Tuesday night, very end of the night, is that deadline to get a spending bill passed. And actually, I'm seeing the shot is back with Senator Dick Durbin speaking. So let's go back to that here on Live Impact News.
others do great things. But you'll find that the hospitals that struggle to survive are ones that have more Medicaid patients than paying insurance patients. It's tougher margin, and many of them worry about it. And the notion of cutting $1 trillion out of this program worries them. Don't take my word for it. Ask the Illinois Hospital Association, or even if there is one, I'm sure there is, Wyoming Hospital Association, what the impact of cutting $1 trillion out of Medicaid reimbursement is going to be. Not good, particularly in rural areas. Senator Barrasso made reference to his situation in Wyoming. In the state of Illinois, we have plenty of these rural hospitals, and if one closes, it means your pregnant wife who goes into labor now has to drive 70 miles instead of 20 for that delivery. I'd hate to have to go through that. And yet that's what's going to happen. And so the position we're taking is that that kind of cut in Medicaid is going to hurt hospitals and hurt people across America. Secondly, there is a tax credit available for people in middle-income categories to buy health insurance. It's part of the Affordable Care Act, which was the Barack Obama plan that extended more health insurance coverage to America than we ever had in our history. How important is health insurance to you? I had a personal experience as a law student at Georgetown. I decided that I couldn't wait, and I asked a young lady to marry me, and she did. In my second year in law school, we learned that God was sending us a little baby. And we were so happy about it, and she arrived with her share of difficulties. I had no health insurance, none. What do you do as a student with a wife and a baby, and the baby's sick, when you have no health insurance? Well, Children's Hospital here in Washington, D.C. brought us into the so-called charity ward, and we waited to see who would walk through the door with the name Dr. So-and-so to take care of my daughter. I never felt more inadequate in my life as a father and a husband and not having health insurance. We got through it, she got through it too, and lived a good life. But the point was, there were moments when I worried that I couldn't provide the basics for my baby because I didn't have health insurance. 15 million Americans will lose their health insurance because of this Republican budget that I just referred to, the big, beautiful budget. 15 million will lose health insurance. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So when the Democrats say there are health care issues that are part of this debate on funding the government, that's what we're talking about. Keeping these hospitals open, critical hospitals in inner city as well in rural areas, making sure that people have their health insurance. And there's one third element I would add, I don't think we'll be able to negotiate it. Medical research. Ever hear of the National Institutes of Health? Well, sure you have. It's the best medical research agency of any government in the world. I went to the NIH about 12 years ago and met with Dr. Francis Collins, an amazing man who is head of the NIH. And I said to him, I really believe in what you do. Your research in cancer and heart disease and so many other things makes a difference. What can I do to help you? Well, he said, thank you for asking. There have been some people who've done remarkable things. I said, oh, I remember there was a bipartisan coalition a few years back that doubled the budget in medical research for NIH. I said, I wish I could say I could do that again, but I don't think I can. What can I do? He said, give me and this agency 5% real growth each year in medical research, and we'll light up the scoreboard. We are so close finding cures and new drugs in so many areas that if you can give us consistent research, it'll make a difference. Came back to the Senate, sat down with my friends on both sides of the aisle. Roy Blunt, Republican senator from Missouri, was a leader in this effort. Lamar Alexander, Republican senator from Tennessee, another leader. Patty Murray, still serving as head of the Appropriations Committee and one of the best when it comes to medical research. We put our heads together, and over a span of 10 years, the budget for NIH medical research went from $30 billion to $48 billion. We got the 5% coming every single year. It was quite an achievement. 60% increase in that budget. Things were happening, good news, good developments when it came to cures and treatments. I was so proud of that effort and glad that it was bipartisan from the start. So what did the Trump budget suggest we do with medical research? Cut it back from $48 billion to $30, where we started 10 years ago. You know what happens when you cut back on research that basic? You know what happens, and I do too. When that terrible diagnosis happens at the doctor's office, it breaks your heart, and you finally stop crying and you say to the doctor, is there anything you can do? Is there a surgery, a medicine, anything you can do for someone I love very much? They say, well, there's a clinical trial. There's medical research underway, and it's a long shot, but you got a chance. It's hope. Medical research is hope. And it's one of the areas where I think Donald Trump's cuts are the most heartless cuts of all. Democrats care about this. I do. I'm willing to fight over it. I'm not willing to say, well, we'll just go on business as usual. Let's accept this. Let's cut back $1 trillion out of Medicaid. Let's take 15 million Americans and take away their health insurance. Let's cut back $18 billion in medical research each year, and we'll say it's just a clean, continuing resolution bill. That's what we're fighting over. Is it important? For me, it's one of the most important things we can do in terms of helping families across America. And let me tell you something that's going on. You should know about it. You will soon if you're covered by it. Health insurance has tax treatment that helps you pay the premiums. It makes a dramatic difference. And now, in a matter of days, health insurance companies are going to announce what the new premiums are going to be because of the budget bill, the big, beautiful budget bill of President Trump. They're going to go up dramatically. And as these premiums go up, some people won't be able to pay for them, and they'll be without health insurance, and others will see their family budget explode with an increased health insurance premium. That's the reality of this debate. It's not about who gets bragging rights and gets to beat on their chest, a Democrat or Republican. In my mind, it's a question of whether families across this country can count on us for the basics, and making sure that health care is there for America is one of the basics as far as I'm concerned. There's another issue I want to raise, relates to the administration, and you have to go back in history to appreciate it. Richard Nixon. Students of history, of course, know that name. Former Vice President of the United States, former Senator, he was a senator and a congressman, Vice President under President Eisenhower, and then President of the United States. He went through a period we know as Watergate. It was controversial. Some people broke into the Democratic National Headquarters. They were caught. They were prosecuted. When it was all over, we had the Watergate investigation, and ultimately President Nixon resigned. But before he resigned, he instructed his staff to give him background information on his enemies list.
Folks, Senator Dick Durbin once again speaking on multiple topics, but really all pertaining to the impending government shutdown. We are going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we might rejoin this feed, or if we have another feed that we see pop up that is breaking, of course, we'll go to that instead. So we'll decide once we come back in 2 minutes. Thanks for sticking with us here on Live Impact News. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. As we mentioned before we took our quick break here, we've got a couple of feeds that we're watching. If we can, we'll get back to the Senate floor where discussions are still underway with, it looks like Senator Dick Durbin still speaking. But as promised, we got a new feed in here, so we want to pivot to that to kind of listen in to see how things are shaping up with what appears to be some sort of committee meeting. We've got various folks from Congress, including Senator Blumenthal, Senator Elizabeth Warren, and we also have Congressman Jamie Raskin, looks like, questioning a panel. We are going to figure this out together as far as the topic, just because we're unable to get any more details on the feed itself as is. So let's listen in here.
To fight back against this administration campaign of censorship and control. I did that after my own agency launched a series of retaliatory investigations targeting newsrooms' editorial decisions. Across 17 stops In D.C., California, Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Maryland, Washington State, and New York, I have been focused on shining a light on ways in which this administration's actions have threatened freedom of speech and freedom of the press. The First Amendment has protected our fundamental right to speak freely and to hold power to account since 1791. It is foundational to our democracy. And today I am here to tell you that the foundation is trembling after constant attacks from our own government. This administration seems intent on using its vast power to punish anyone who dares to speak up and disagree with its agenda. Broadcasters across the country are facing an impossible choice: comply with this administration's demands or risk a financially debilitating investigation and the threat of a license revocation. The power to revoke a broadcast license is being weaponized to punish stations that dare to report news in a way that this administration doesn't like. We've seen this FCC use frivolous news distortion complaints and the power to derail corporate mergers to pressure news entities to abandon their editorial independence and to scrap their diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. The best example of this tactic is the approval of the Paramount-Skydance merger. After a baseless lawsuit challenged CBS's use of standard editorial judgment in a 60 Minutes interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris, Paramount opted for a payout instead of fighting the case in court, a case they would have won on the facts and on the law. The company also agreed to never before seen forms of government control over newsroom decisions and editorial judgment. A government-sanctioned truth arbiter is now in place to field complaints about CBS's content and editorial decisions, which will only incentivize CBS to self-censor to ensure that their journalists do not draw the ire of this administration. Paramount's capitulation has emboldened those who believe the government can and should abuse its power to extract financial and ideological concessions, demand favored treatment, and secure positive media coverage. Sadly, that did not mark the end of this administration's affront to democratic principles. Just recently, we saw one of the most alarming attacks on the First Amendment in recent memory. First, an ABC reporter was told his coverage amounted to hate speech and that he should be prosecuted simply for doing his job. Then the FCC threatened to go after the same network, seizing on the comments of a late-night comedian as a pretext to punish speech it disliked. That led to a shameful show of cowardly corporate capitulation by Disney that put the foundation of the First Amendment in danger. This was no simple business decision. It was an act of clear government intimidation. It is important to understand that the FCC does not have the authority, the ability, or the constitutional right to police lawful content or to punish broadcasters for speech the government dislikes. And if it were to take the unprecedented step of trying to revoke broadcast licenses, which are held by local stations rather than national networks, it would run headlong into the First Amendment. But even the threat of revoking a license is no small matter. It poses an existential risk to a broadcaster. Ultimately, after days of bipartisan pushback against this weaponization of government power, Disney backed off. However, for several days, the corporate behemoths who own large swaths of local stations across the country did not. That's because these billion-dollar media companies have business before the FCC. They are pushing the FCC to reduce regulatory guardrails so they can grow even bigger. That has left local stations trapped in the middle as these massive companies impose their will and their values upon local communities. This encapsulates the danger of allowing vast and unfettered media consolidation. With an upcoming vote tomorrow during our monthly meeting, the FCC is gearing up to make major changes that will drastically alter the media ecosystem and the number of voices that are part of it. That will do nothing to help the small, independent, and local broadcast stations that are at risk of closing shop. The FCC has a duty to ensure our media system serves the public, not billion-dollar corporations. Not to mention, this form of media consolidation will further push independent local newsrooms to answer to corporate masters who are already under political pressure from this administration. The FCC won't need to threaten to investigate individual stations. Journalists and comedians won't need to be censored directly. They'll censor themselves to avoid conflict with regulators or risk losing government favor. The result will be a chilling effect on coverage, fewer jobs, and less diversity of viewpoints. In the end, this administration's effort has never been about preserving diversity of voices. It's about narrowing them. Take, for example, the successful campaign to defund public media. After months of baseless attacks, public media is facing an existential threat. So while one set of outlets is defunded, potentially stripped of their licenses, or publicly admonished, others are quietly promoted and cleared of regulatory obstacles. Let me be clear. The government does not have a role in reducing bias or ensuring a balance of opinions. But to this administration, that has never been the goal. Instead, they seek to engineer a media environment that echoes the government's worldview. That is not viewpoint diversity. It is viewpoint control. And if we allow the government to decide which voices survive and which ones are silenced, we lose the very foundation of a free press, and with it, the democratic principles it seeks to protect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gomez. Mr. Connor Gaffney.
Thank you. Chairman Blumenthal, Senator Warren, Congressman Raskin, and Congressman Johnson, thank you for inviting me to speak about this important and timely matter. I serve as counsel at Protect Democracy, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization with the mission of preventing the United States from declining into a more authoritarian form of government. Our work combats abuses of executive power and defends the civil society institutions that are critical to a healthy, informed, and participatory democracy. We therefore view the troubling pattern of abuses of power at the FCC as a particularly urgent matter. Since assuming the position of chairman in January, Commissioner Brendan Carr has exercised the FCC's considerable regulatory powers in deeply troubling and possibly illegal ways. He has used the FCC to target perceived political opponents and silence coverage that's critical of the administration. These actions are an attack on the independence of the media, which is an essential institution for a healthy democracy. These actions are also corrupt, enriching the president and entrenching power in his administration. In my remarks today, I want to present insights from experts who study authoritarian behavior to contextualize the FCC's recent actions within global anti-democratic trends. The regulatory abuses at the FCC should alarm those concerned for the future of our democracy. Congress established the FCC as an independent agency whose regulatory power is to be exercised in the public interest, free from political interference. And while Congress granted the FCC broad powers, it prohibited the agency from acting as a censor or from interfering with free speech. Additionally, the First Amendment prohibits the FCC from retaliating on the basis of speech or from taking other actions that abridge the expressive, associative, and journalistic freedoms protected by that amendment. Despite these limits, though, Chairman Carr has wielded the FCC's authorities in creative and unprecedented ways. He has reinstated formal complaints that the agency had previously dismissed. He has publicly threatened to investigate broadcasters because of their coverage of the administration. He has also exploited the FCC's merger review authority to pressure media companies to settle lawsuits filed by the president and to accept changes in their journalistic practices. And of course, most recently, Chairman Carr succeeded in temporarily taking late-night host Jimmy Kimmel off the air over comments that Kimmel had made related to the killing of Charlie Kirk. All of these actions target entities that the president or his advisors have publicly attacked. They raise serious questions under both the First Amendment and the Communications Act. But they also raise serious concerns about the trajectory of our democracy. The abuses of the FCC's authority are not merely ad hoc responses to unfavorable press coverage. Rather, they follow a strategy employed by aspiring autocrats in Hungary, Poland, and other de-democratizing societies. This so-called Hungary model involves a nominally independent media regulator who's in fact aligned with the ruling party. This regulator exerts administrative pressure on independent media to destabilize their business models and suppress critical coverage. This is disturbingly similar to what we are seeing play out at the FCC. The goal of this strategy is to eliminate independent media, which both enables robust public discourse and serves as a check on the government. This is part of a broader pattern of attacking civil society. by suppressing opposition speech and closing the civic space that enables citizens to organize, this strategy consolidates power around the autocratic figure or the ruling party. Chairman Carr's abuses also represent a concerning form of corruption. Political scientists distinguish between enriching corruption, which funnels resources to public officials, and entrenching corruption, which uses state power to reduce accountability, subvert institutional checks, and ultimately establish a non-competitive political system. The exchange of regulatory favors for compliance in the media falls into the entrenching category of corruption, as it furthers the president's control over an independent, power-checking institution in our democracy. A free, robust, and diverse press is critical to democratic society. The FCC was designed as an independent agency to be free of political capture. But Chairman Carr has shown how this power and trust can be abused and how easily it can be wielded to undermine our democracy. Chairman Carr has also made it clear that he intends to continue to go after speech he doesn't like. But he also has issued an invitation declaring that if people don't like it, they can go to Congress. I'm happy to be before members of Congress today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Gaffney. Mr. Corn-Revere.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Robert Corn-Revere, and I'm Chief Counsel for FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. FIRE is a nonprofit and, importantly, a nonpartisan foundation that for the past 26 years defended the law of free expression and promoted a culture of free speech. I was invited here today not to represent or to describe the official position of my organization, but to speak about current controversies involving the Federal Communications Commission based on my experience and expertise. I'm a First Amendment litigator with more than 4 decades of experience working on matters defending freedom of expression, including cases involving jawboning by government officials. A number of my cases have involved challenges to congressional and FCC authority to restrict content on regulated media. I have also served as an FCC official as chief counsel to former FCC Chairman James H. Quello. Also, I've taught First Amendment and Communications Law at the Catholic University of America School of Law and have published widely in this field, including a 3-volume treatise on communications law. Based on my experience, I'll try to put some of the current developments at the FCC into a proper legal and historical perspective. Over the past 10 months, we have witnessed extraordinary formal and informal assertions of power over the broadcast media and the national broadcast networks. Of course, the most recent example involved Chairman Brendan Carr's crude threat directed at Disney and its ABC network to take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. The ultimatum stemmed from a monologue on Jimmy Kimmel Live, in which the late-night host joked about the possible motives of Charlie Kirk's assassin. Chairman Carr's call to take action was followed immediately by ABC's announcement that it was suspending Kimmel's show indefinitely. 2 major station group owners, Nexstar Media Group and Sinclair Broadcast Group, also announced that their ABC-affiliated stations would not carry Jimmy Kimmel Live because of what they saw as offensive remarks. Kimmel's show has since been restored to the air, first by the network and then by the station group owners. Now, this incident did not occur in a vacuum. Since being elevated to the FCC chairmanship, Carr has revived previously dismissed complaints against the ABC, CBS, and NBC networks for alleged programming violations, slow-rolled approval of a merger between Paramount Global, owner of CBS, and Skydance Media, which has since been granted after the promise of internal ombudsman to police news bias complaints, publicly cheered the demise of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on CBS, the cancellation of which just happened to coincide with the merger approval, and has publicly solicited news distortion complaints against network news programs he evidently perceives to be as critical of the president or his policies. Now, Carr has described his actions as business as usual at the FCC. He has said that broadcasters are licensed under the Communications Act to serve the public interest and that he is merely holding them to that commitment. He has pointed to FCC policies against news distortion and broadcast hoaxes and claimed the agency is obligated to act if it receives complaints. And he has asserted that he is merely enforcing policies crafted by his Democratic predecessors, essentially arguing that if authority has been abused in the past, why shouldn't he do the same? None of this behavior is normal, authorized by the Communications Act, or permitted by the First Amendment. Just last term, the Supreme Court unanimously reaffirmed that the threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech violates the First Amendment. This constitutional rule applies regardless of any authority Chairman Carr may believe the FCC has over broadcast programming. But this characterization of the FCC's authority is distorted and overstated. Congress designed the FCC to be an independent, bipartisan, and to operate within constitutional bounds. Section 326 of the Communications Act expressly withholds from government the power to interfere with the right of free speech by means of radio communication. The law denies to the FCC the power of censorship, as well as the ability to promulgate any regulation or condition that interferes with the freedom of speech. And the Supreme Court has long made clear that the public interest standard necessarily invites reference to First Amendment principles, and that the First Amendment must inform and give shape to the manner in which Congress exercises its regulatory power in this area. The only issue about which Chairman Carr has a point is when he claims that FCC authority over broadcast programming has been abused in the past by Democratic commissioners. That's true. It is a fact that FCC commissioners of both parties have overstepped in this regard, although never to this extent. I've spent a fair amount of my career both calling this out and opposing such actions in court. But regardless of whether jawboning is accomplished with the erudite sophistication of Newton Minnow's 1961 vast wasteland speech to the National Association of Broadcasters, or Brendan Carr's clumsy Godfather impression, telling ABC we can do this the easy way or the hard way, it's still improper and unconstitutional. Chairman Carr used to at least pay lip service to the idea that the FCC must respect the First Amendment, correctly observing that to inject partisan politics into our licensing process would be a deeply troubling transgression of free speech and the FCC's status as an independent agency. He also used to say that the FCC cannot serve as the nation's speech police. As chairman, however, he no longer makes such statements, nor does he follow the principles he once espoused. Shortly after Chairman Carr was named to his position, I published an open letter asking him to show restraint in his use of power. In a plea for institutional modesty, I reminded Chairman Carr of his numerous statements that once earned him the title Free Speech Warrior, and asked that he put those principles into practice. Now, I understand political reality, so I never expected him to heed my unsolicited advice. But I had no idea how far he would stray from the oath of office that he took to uphold and defend the law and the Constitution of the United States. With that, I welcome your questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Corn-Revere. Mr. Darcy, thank you.
Senators, representatives, thank you for having me here today. My name is Oliver Darcy. I've spent a decade reporting on media and the information environment at Business Insider, then at CNN, where I spent the bulk of my career, and now as the founder of Status, an independent outlet that publishes a nightly newsletter focused on the urgent issues facing the media industry. In all my years reporting on this beat, I have never seen free speech and a free press come under such brazen assault. Ironically, the attacks today are coming from the President of the United States and his MAGA allies, the very same people who campaigned on promises to end so-called censorship, to legalize comedy, and to bring back free speech. Instead, 9 months into this administration, fact-based reporting and even late-night jokes have become targets of an aggrieved president, with Trump wielding his office to bully critics into submission and chill their speech. The message he has sent is clear: cross me and pay the price. One weapon he has turned to has been the lawsuit. The general
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break here, and when we return in 2 minutes, we will try to rejoin this feed if it's still in progress, but pretty robust discussion from various folks on this panel regarding freedom of speech, and in particular, they're kind of framing it in recent developments regarding the temporary suspension, if you will, of Jimmy Kimmel from the air on ABC. Let's go ahead and take that break. Once again, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. As promised, we'll turn you back over to this ongoing feed. We've got a committee of congressional leaders meeting with a panel of folks who are discussing freedom of speech in the context of the recent suspension of Jimmy Kimmel and other actions this panel seems to be critical of regarding the FCC chair.
Killing of speech is one of the first signs that a democracy is starting to decay. That is not hyperbole. Strong men thrive when speech is stifled, and that is precisely the environment Trump and his allies are working to create. Thank you for having me here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to call on Senator Warren first to ask some questions before I ask mine, and then go to Congressman Raskin. We've been joined by Congressman Scanlon and Congresswoman Matsui. We really thank you for being here today. We're running a little bit late, which just reflects the importance of the issues that bring us here today. And turn to you, Senator Warren. Thank you.
All right. So thank you all very much. Thank you for your testimony. It's very valuable. I want to focus, though, for just a minute on these big media companies themselves. And let's count the events of just the past few weeks. CBS canceled Stephen Colbert, while its parent company, Paramount, wrote a $16 million check to Donald Trump's presidential library. Disney-owned ABC sent another $16 million to Trump's library. Later pulled Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Nexstar and then Sinclair blocked Kimmel as well before a public outcry caused them to reverse their actions. There are 6 episodes suggesting that these media giants are bowing down to Donald Trump. And what do they all have in common? They have all been criticized by Trump and his Federal Communications Chairman, Brendan Carr, and they all want the Trump administration to approve mergers that will make these media giants even more gigantic. Now, in this country, we have laws against bribery. We define bribery as someone intending to influence, quote, any official act, close quote, by corruptly giving a public official, quote, anything of value. So I just want to break that down for any giant corporations that are debating whether or not they should cozy up to Trump in return for regulatory favors. So Commissioner Gomez, you have been a member of the FCC since 2023. You now serve alongside Chairman Carr. Is approving a mega merger an official act that the FCC can take?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So the official act is one half of the quid pro quo. Now let's do the other half of the quid pro quo, the thing of value. Mr. Gaffney, you are an expert on free speech. Is it fair to say that removing comedians that criticize Donald Trump from the air would be a thing of value to President Trump and to Chairman Carr?
Yes, it is.
And why is that a thing of value? It's not dollars.
No, it's not. It perhaps is a little abstract, but I think no less real. And the value that silencing critical media coverage provides and the anticipatory obedience that this also buys is of political value. It both removes an important accountability mechanism that may be critical of this administration, and it also closes down civic space that allows political opposition to develop, to organize, and to form. And that's of real political value, and that's why aspiring authoritarians around the world all go after independent media.
Okay, I'm going to go there in just a sec, but of the 6 actions we talk about, 2 of them are clearly for things of value, $16 million each. And the other 4, you're saying, are at least of political value. And under the law, can things be of political value and still count under the statute?
I'm not sure I can speak to whether or not there's criminal liability here, but it's certainly a thing of value.
Okay, certainly a thing of value. All right. Now look, corruption is something we would expect to happen behind closed doors, right? People whisper about it, you try to keep it in the dark. Boy, not this time. Brendan Carr goes on a podcast and just straight up says that the company's airing Kimmel show can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. And he told these companies, quote, we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. So Mr. Gaffney, you have spent years studying how autocratic governments communicate. I'm sure you've seen all kinds of corruption around the world. Have you ever heard of anything like this from an American FCC?
No, this is truly unprecedented.
Yeah. Look, this is all scary. And it is easy to get stuck kind of in the sandstorm of chaos.
Well, folks, we are coming to a close here on Live Impact for now. We're going to turn you over to the 4 o'clock news here on WCNC+. As always, we'll be back in the evening. 7 o'clock is when you'll catch us. And, of course, we've got our weather stream ahead of that at 6:30. Have a great night.
See like the polo.
Well,
this is so high.
all right, Danielle, I am stupid, so I apologize.
No, it's in Monday, and then there was a folder I saw that was called
Yes,
Panthers
perfect. Yes,
Monday
that's-
shows.
I forgot, honestly.
So I
put
did
that there.
Canales Monday Post Patriots Stop 1 and Stop 2.
Sweet.
So I have two like sound bites. Did you listen to Canales today yet?
Mhm.
Okay. So I took two things from that. So I might be like, let's hear what Dave had to say about this topic, and
Cool.
then Jeb will cue that up. So the two that I pulled in were the ones where he was talking about like maybe personnel changes. Like today is all about looking at what we need to reassess in terms of that.
Mhm.
And then the other one was when he was when Vashai asked him about like the team's identity, and he once again doubled down by saying I'm the common denominator.
Mhm.
So I want to like really talk about that like
That's cool.
phrasing,
Yeah.
because obviously I mean you were there yesterday, so like
Mhm.
you heard him say that a couple of times.
Yeah.
And that like to me stuck out at least.
Yeah, no, it certainly stuck out to me too. I have a couple of things I would want to say about that. The thing, I mean, is I am the common denominator. Is that taking blame for the loss? I think it is. I don't know.
It's accountability, but it's also like. Then I saw, I forget if it was you or someone else shared like JC talking about that. He was like, well, he can say that all he wants, that's his job, but like we're the ones out here playing.
Yeah.
So like they're also taking ownership of it as well and taking that fall off of Dave. But is he like trying to fall on his own sword? Is he?
Yeah, I guess, because I think that's what he thinks he needs to do. But
Right.
then, I mean, it'll make for a good discussion. But then it's like, okay, so you just keep talking about how you need to execute. And the
Right.
players are like, we need to execute. So,
And there's that disconnect of when they say we're having a great week of practice and then we don't execute.
but it's like, but I know he's taking accountability, but when both the players and the coaches are saying we just need to execute, that seems like a player thing.
Right.
So is that really taking accountability at all? Like, I don't know.
This is good.
I mean-
That's what we'll talk about, yeah.
Like, yeah.
Is there anything else from being there yesterday that you saw that you want to talk about that would be?
I would like, I mean, I'm sure this is going to be obvious, but I would like to talk about Bryce.
Yeah.
He had a turnover-free day, but it
I
was
saw
still
in
pretty
your head,
bad.
like that was a great. It was turnover free versus mistake free.
Yeah.
And that's huge.
And it's like he was not mistake-free. He made a lot of mistakes. And so I would love to talk about that, and then I'm happy to talk about really anything else. Do you want to talk about Jimmy Horn? Maybe.
I was gonna say we
Okay.
can definitely open that up because I know he talked about that today and just like the situation with the receiving room.
Yeah. Oh my God, the
currently,
receiving room's depleted for sure.
Which is, I mean, I had Julian on last night and we talked about. It was like, this was the story this summer was they have
How
so
deep
much
it was.
depth
Yeah.
and it's like too many riches that they now have all of a sudden and then they had 3 players playing yesterday.
Right, I know. It's a great point. It's really a great point. And once one comes back, Xavier Legay, like everyone's like down on him all of a sudden too, when everyone was thinking he was going to make a massive jump. Like, there's.
So out on him.
How long normally do they run again? Like,
What, these shows?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be 10, 10, and 7.
Sick. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
27 minutes.
So we can kind of divide them up, like break-wise, maybe we'll switch topics sort of thing, so we can kind of, we'll figure it out. And it's
We'll
not
have fun.
live,
Yeah.
And we can restart if we feel like
And we can cuss as much as we want.
And we can cuss because it's on the stream.
I will not cuss, I promise.
I don't
but,
think I would ever imagine you cussing. I don't see that for you.
Oh, man.
Wait, I have a very stupid question.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce your last name?
That's not stupid at all. Thank you for asking. Zetlo.
Zetlo.
So, as if the I is
no
silent. Z-E-T-L. Just like pronounce it like Z-E-T-L-O-W, even though it's Z-I-E-T-L-O-W. But yeah.
Perfect. For me, I'm the opposite. You don't pronounce the E, but you pronounce the I. For
Danielle
Stein.
Stein. Yeah. Well, I feel like that's understood.
Well, I
yeah,
was
but
just trying to relate to
no,
you.
yeah. Alex, can you just accept me for who I am? Yeah, I know.
You'll do an intro, like a little intro at the top. So like,
Yeah. And it's called Panthers on the Plus.
yes.
Okay.
We're workshopping the name, but we have a graphic.
That's cool. I'm cool with that.
I'm chilling.
All right.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm not really looking at a camera.
You can look at this camera.
I can, like, initially, and then
Yeah, and then
we
you can kind of
turn this way.
Questions.
Okay.
Just keep cheating back, and then when we go to a break, just hit that red button.
You'll tell me when to press it, and I'll
give you a countdown. So like I'll give you a 3, a 2, and a 1. That's to 10. When we get to 10, even if we're not necessarily ready to go, like maybe it's in the middle of like he's talking, we'll just hit it after he's done.
And do I like say anything such as, all right, we're gonna go to quick break, we'll be right back?
Yeah,
or should I just kind of cut things off? Okay, let's do that.
Yeah. So yeah, you can just be like, all right, this has been a great conversation. We're gonna hit a quick break, and then come right back.
All right.
Because I don't know how long it goes, so it might be 30 seconds. All right.
Sweet.
Let me know whenever you're ready. I'll count us down.
Feel good?
Yeah, I just needed a belch. I'm good now.
Do you want to wait till the cameras are rolling instead
What you mean?
to belch?
No, I just did.
No, I was joking. It was joking. Okay.
Danielle, I'm sorry. All right, I'm locked in.
All right. Coming out. 3, 2.
All right, we just finished week 4 of the NFL season here on Panthers on the Plus, and there is a lot to talk about with all things the Carolina Panthers, joined by Charlotte Observer's Enterprise beat reporter, I believe is the title, right?
Yep, that's right. Yep.
Alex Zetlov, thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, thank you so much. This is a wonderful studio, and thank you for having me on.
Yeah. Well, we're very appreciative because I know you're pretty much just coming off of the flight from New England, so we appreciate you hustling here to talk about it because you were boots on the ground for what was a pretty ugly loss yesterday.
It's about as ugly as you can get it. I should know this off the top of my head, but I think it was somewhere in the realm of 7th worst loss in Panthers franchise history when it comes to score margin. And the score didn't really do justice how lopsided it was. If you consider the final drive where Andy Dalton came in and led a touchdown drive at the end of the game, like there was no hope. Yeah. Honestly, after Marcus Jones returned that punt for a touchdown, the game was over in many ways.
It was a gut punch.
It really was, and there's a lot to talk about though about it. Even though there was a lot of despondence, there's still a lot of news to come out of it.
Right. I've heard that term, that compliment sandwich. I don't know if you've heard that before, where basically whatever something bad is going on, you sandwich it on both sides with something positive to kind of lighten the blow. And you can maybe look at that opening drive. Everyone was feeling pretty confident about what the Panthers were doing. Maybe they turned a corner coming off of some confidence from the last week, driving down that touchdown to Tommy Tremble. Then a whole lot of bad, and then kind of a garbage time touchdown for the end of that sandwich. But that doesn't really tell the picture of the game.
Well, it was so weird, Danielle. Like, Bryce Young completes his first 6 passes. Chuba Hubbard was running really well. The line was getting so much yardage. Like, they were dominating the line of scrimmage.
Right.
Dave Canales was calling the plays well. I mean, he would go run, and then it would be a play-action boot that had Tommy Tremble wide open in the flat. Like, there were just so many things that were happening. Bryce was playing out in space, which is exactly what you want. And like, I literally remember turning to Scott Fowler, my colleague who was in the press box, and I was like, "Oh, Dave's got it dialed.
Yeah.
Like, this is the Panthers' day. This is going to be one of the first times, I think the first time in Dave Canales' career as a head coach where they're going to string wins together." And then this is what we're going to talk about, but I don't know what happened.
Right.
I truly don't know what happened because you go up 6-0, and then you even still move the ball a little bit okay on the second drive, and then just it all falls apart with with a third down play where you